Hello. Good morning. This was to wake us up all. Morning. Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. A pleasure to see you all. And this is our third and last day of the conference. And we will start right away with the first session of the morning. And I give the floor to our dear session chair, Dr. Anne-Claire Salmos, please.
Okay, good. Thank you. I had the good idea to put everything on my phone, and it's sad to grow old. So it's a pleasure to welcome you back and share this first session of our last day. The session is entitled, How Did They Build It? Recent Research on Domestic Architecture and Building Techniques in Ancient Egypt and Sudan. So two of our speakers are here, whereas the other two will be with us virtually. So I would like to gently remind our speakers of the importance of sticking to the 18 to 19 minutes time frame. As per our usual routine, we will leave the question for the end of the session. So without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, Leah Rees. Leah got her PhD from the Freie Universität, Berlin, and is now the Lady Wallace Budge Junior Research Fellow in Egyptology at University College Oxford. So in the field, she has been a member of the German Archaeological Mission in Dahshur since 2015.
Thank you very much. Is that working? Yes. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, and thank you to both the Polish and the French Institute for hosting this wonderful conference, and to Fatma for organizing it. So the topic I would like to present today formed part of my PhD research at Free University Berlin, which I just defended this month. The thesis aimed to create a social topography of Dahshur and dealt with the chronological, functional, and social transformations of this ancient landscape. Among other aspects, I studied the various settlements attested at Dahshur. My postdoc project that I have just started at the University of Oxford will focus on a phenomenological approach to this site, and I would like to present some very preliminary insights into this topic today. So the concept of phenomenology goes back to the works of philosophers like Edmund Husserl, Martin Heidegger, and Maurice Merleau-Ponty, and has been adopted in archaeological research in order to better understand the interaction of people in the past with the material world around them. In phenomenology, the human body and all its senses are considered the mediating element between the inside of one's mind and the outer world. In the case of archaeology, the human body is also the constant, which helps to bridge experiences of the present with those of the past. Most frequently, phenomenological approaches to the past can be found in studies on prehistory, with Christopher Tilley's A Phenomenology of Landscape being the most influential book on this matter. Many studies focus on the intervisibility of monuments in a landscape, but there are also studies on smellscapes or soundscapes like Theis presented yesterday. And so these stress the experience of a landscape, a settlement, a house, or a tomb with other senses than seeing alone. The use of phenomenology in archaeology has, however, been heavily criticized due to the subjectivity of human experience. After all, each individual human being experiences space differently, and a claim of personal experience can hardly be verified empirically. Hence, it seems most reliable to focus on aspects of the human experience that most people would experience in a similar way, although I would really like to stress the words most and similar here. So aspects like the smoke of fireplaces that we already heard about, the smell of rubbish or the reaction of the human eye to changing lighting conditions would be experienced by most people in a similar way, although the tolerance limit may be very different individually. And for example, blind or deaf people would obviously experience the situation in differing intensity. Thus, it is important to factor in diverse human bodies of different age, gender, physical and cognitive abilities, as well as other aspects that may influence a person's behavior, like ethnicity or social position. By thinking about what it may have been like to move through a landscape or a certain building, phenomenology offers an empathic approach to the past and the people living at the time. So with this in mind, I would now like to turn to the site of Dashur as a case study. As you all know, Dashur sits in a larger monumental landscape of the pyramid fields and resident cemeteries of the Old and Middle Kingdom in the area of the Memphite necropolis and the Fayum. The monuments of this larger landscape were connected visually, as shown here with the view from the Mastaba al-Faraun towards Saqqara in the north and Dashur in the south. At Dashur, archaeological research has for a long time focused on the pyramids, temples, and elite mastabas in this monumental landscape. And it is only more recently that the pyramid construction sites, including the quarries, transportation roads, harbors, and production sites, as shown here for the Old Kingdom and here for the Middle Kingdom, as well as the many settlements attested here, have been given more attention. By now, the German Archaeological Institute in Cairo has uncovered a variety of settlement structures from the Old Kingdom, which are closely connected to the construction of the pyramids and the later cult of King Snefru. I would like to give a short overview of the latest fieldwork on all of those settlements while thinking about who may have been the occupants of these houses and what it may have been like to live there. Obviously, the landscape at the time was very different than it is nowadays. The most influential factor was, of course, the inundation of the Nile River, as it is still visible on this photograph taken in the 1930s. There, so all excavated remains of settlements at Dashur lie deep in the desert. There, they had to be supplied with water, either with wells or cisterns, or by manually transporting water from the fertile land. The villages in the fertile land, however, had easier access to water, that may have been completely surrounded by the floods during the annual inundation. And the photograph here gives an impression of how the villages at Dashur may have been reduced to small islands sticking out of the waters of the Nile. The stark contrast between the fertile land and the desert is not only apparent in the visual differences of the wide panorama of the desert with its brown-beige colors and the green fields and trees like they are still to be found in the area of the lake of Dashur today, but also in different sounds, smells, and probably different hygienic conditions. Stephen Quirk has already referred to the differences in living in the Nile Valley or the low desert as two ways of being and sensing. The phenomenology of the settlements can best be grasped by contrasting the architecture and living conditions in contemporary settlements. So the first type of settlement to be mentioned here are construction site settlements. At Dashur, such a settlement is likely to be found with a barracks south of the Red Pyramid, although for now it cannot be excluded that they were used as workshops or storerooms instead. Geomagnetic prospection carried out by Thomas Herbig has revealed two sets of barracks within enclosure walls and further structures to the south. Arrangements of similar architectural layout and date can be found at Wadi Garawi, Wadi El Jaf, and the gallery complex at Heda Ghurab, as Magdalena has already mentioned in his talk. And he also mentioned the organization of the workforces in the early 4th dynasty into APA gangs, ZAR files, and divisions. And he and his team have shown that 40 people could have easily been housed in one barrack. And that number has also been confirmed through the find of the administrative papyri from Wadi al-Jaf. So at Dashur, at least 30 barracks can be reconstructed, and employing the same calculations of 40 people per file per barrack, at least 1,200 people could have been housed here. Drawing from the evidence of from Heda Ghurab again, we can assume that a very specialized workforce of craftsmen involved in the construction process may have lived here for a limited amount of time. Life at the settlement was probably very communal, since people were working, sleeping, and eating together. At the same time, the noise and smells produced by a large mass of people in an enclosed space may have been rather unpleasant. The enclosure walls of the barrack complexes at Dachau may hint towards a high level of central control, for it was possible to monitor closely who was entering and leaving the site. A stark contrast to life in the barracks must have been the life in the contemporary settlement built for the officials involved in the construction process. Such a settlement has been recently excavated north of the Valley Temple of the Ben Pyramid under the direction of Daniela Rosenau. So far, 2 houses have been partly excavated, and they are divided by a north-south running street. Both of them have a complex ground plan with a labyrinthine layout. There are 2 entrances to house number 1. When entering the house in bright daylight, the human eye would have had to adapt to the dim lighting conditions inside the building. In order to access the interior core area, one had to negotiate a whole series of small rooms, long corridors, and open courtyards that led to the pilaster niche room and the column hall. Lines of sight into the next room were consciously avoided by placing the doorways of a room at the opposite ends of the longer sides of the room. Thus, one never knew what or who was waiting behind the next corner. The constant change of direction, as well as the long, narrow corridors, may have left visitors with a sense of confusion. And I think Lukáš has shown this very well with his calculation of the visual turns in this building. So with the pilaster niche room or the colorfully decorated column hall, social hierarchies and power relations may have been communicated through the architecture and seating arrangements. The many silos excavated hint at the fact that these 2 households had a storage capacity that clearly exceeded the needs of the household members, and thus stresses the administrative character of the settlement. This can also be confirmed by finds like a seal impression mentioning a scribe called E.T., and I would like to thank Philip Zayer here for his help with the reading, and another find of an incised shirt that may mention an APA gang and a division. The third type of settlement attested at Dachau are the priest settlements at the Valley Temple of the Ben Pyramid, where the cult for King Snefru was carried out. The first settlement was constructed along the southeastern corner of the temple enclosure and comprised about 14 small houses. The simple layout of these houses reflects their temporary character, since the priests lived here only for 1 month before the next file moved in for their roster duty. The settlement extended towards the south with 2 large buildings and an enclosure wall running towards the southwest. Thanks to the pottery found during the excavations of Felix Arnold in this area, this settlement can be dated to the early 4th to 5th dynasty. It was accessible through an underpass underneath the lower causeway and offered exclusive access through the southern enclosure wall of the temple into the sanctuary. For the priest settlement of Renkaways at Giza, Felix Arnold has argued that the separation of entrance and exit coincided with changing a person's worldly role with that of a priest. Thus, the situation in Dachau may similarly be interpreted as part of a purification rite with which the priests purified themselves from the outside world before entering the sacred space in a clean condition. Another priest settlement of the 6th dynasty then lay inside the temple's enclosure wall and originally consisted of neatly arranged simple houses. With time, however, the layout was changed significantly by their inhabitants, making the ground plans more complex and by combining houses and extending them into the narrow streets. This example shows how the priests appropriated the space according to their individual needs and made it much more comfortable to live there. The centrally planned sacred architecture was turned into a much more organic domestic space. The enclosure wall of the early settlement and the fact that the later settlement lay within the enclosure wall of the sacred precinct itself may hint at a certain degree of control in daily life. One is reminded here of the many guards mentioned in the Abusir papyri, who were watching day and night over the doorways of the temple and also over its magazine, the shipping pier, an abattoir, and a pottery workshop. Most of the priests probably lived in the nearby pyramid town when they were not on duty. At Dashur, we know of the existence of 2 pyramid towns from the text of the so-called Dashur decree, which mentions 2 pyramid towns called Rais Nefru. The text also offers a detailed insight into the people living in such a settlement and the privileges granted to them. One group of people is specifically excluded from these tax benefits and from becoming priests. The Nehezio Hetepu, who can be identified as Nubian soldiers recruited by the Egyptian army and stationed close to Dashur. The fact that this had to be stated in a royal decree may, however, hint at the fact that they had managed to do so at a former point in time. The location of the northern pyramid town of Snefru can be established through the find spot of the Dashur decree at the Valley Temple of the Red Pyramid and the archaeological drillings carried out in the area marked here as red dots. The exact location of the southern pyramid town is still unknown, but Dirk Blashta has pointed out that the cluster of tombs in the south of Dashur and the location close to the Wadi of the Ben Pyramid make it likely to reconstruct it somewhere in this area marked with a blue dashed line here. Although the pyramid towns have not been excavated, it is very likely that they first had a planned regular and then organic informal layout. The pyramid towns of Dashur were probably established under Snefru and continued to be occupied for over 400 years until the first intermediate period. In such a long time, the houses were certainly adapted to individual needs. Life in these settlements was much more diverse than in the monofunctional settlements in the desert proper. Different trades and crafts, pets and farm animals, as well as young and old people of different genders were to be found here. All of this produced different sounds, smells, tastes, as well as visual and haptic sensations than the settlements in the necropolis. Thus, the question arises, what was actually visible from the pyramid towns itself? This can be reconstructed with the help of visibility analysis. The drillings of the German Archaeological Institute in Cairo have revealed that the settlements of the Old Kingdom lay on a level of 16 meters above sea level, nearly 6 meters underneath the modern horizon. The topographical model of the Dashur landscape was thus modified by Gareth Rees to reflect the ancient floor level. So the blue points that you see here is a row of viewpoints that we have set along the approximate location of the southern pyramid town, and the same for the northern pyramid town. So you can see here how the viewshed changes with the light gray areas being potentially well visible and the dark gray indicating the areas that were probably not in sight. And taken together, the cumulative viewshed of these 2 settlements can be generated, and this can also be contrasted with the slightly higher level of the Middle Kingdom settlements. It becomes clear that the steep escarpment hindered the sight towards the monumental landscape and that only the very tips of the pyramids were possibly visible. However, the view from the fertile land towards the monumental landscape offered a much better panorama. From a distance of 5 kilometers east of the desert plateau, the cumulative visibility changes massively. From the Nile River and the fields, not only the pyramids, but also large mastabas like the so-called Lepsius mastabas, located far in the desert, would have been potentially visible. It has to be kept in mind here that those viewsheds are an extremely abstract way of looking at the landscape. First of all, the view from above, as it is shown in maps, does obviously not correspond to any kind of real-world human experience. Secondly, the spatial analysis does not take obstacles that may hinder the view into account, like buildings, trees, and vegetation. A third point to be raised is that visibility is also very much dependent on weather conditions, since fog, clouds, rain, and sandstorms sometimes make it nearly impossible to see anything. And this can well be demonstrated with 2 views towards the Valley Temple of the Ben Pyramid, taken on the very same day. So along with the visibility from the fertile, it is also important to factor in what may have been visible when moving through the desert. After all, the necropolis was a vibrant place in its own right, and the later Dashur and Fayum roads remind us that large trade routes were running through the desert. To conclude, I hope that in this short presentation, I could offer you an insight into the variety of settlement structures from the Old Kingdom that have recently been uncovered in Dashur, ranging from barracks and a planned settlement of elite houses from the time of the construction of King Sneferu's pyramids, to pyramid towns and priest settlements that have been occupied until the beginning of the First Intermediate Period. With a focus on the perception of space through the human body, the living conditions in these different types of settlements can be envisioned and contrasted with each other. While these settlements were initially centrally planned by the Egyptian state, they were soon modified by their inhabitants to make them fit their needs. This allows us to trace how space was planned, used, and negotiated by different entities. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and would also like to thank the people and institutions mentioned here. Thank you very much.
At the same time. Okay. So our next speaker is Aaron De Souza, is the Liz Meitner Research Fellow at the Austrian Archaeological Institute. So specialist in Nubian material culture during the second millennium BC, is currently directing a project funded by the Austrian Science Fund and entitled Living Nubia. He has worked extensively in the field in Teletfu, Aswan, Elephantine, and Hierakonpolis.
Thank you for the introduction. And also, as everyone also said, thank you to the Polish Institute, the French Institute, and especially to Fatma for putting together this very interesting and thought-provoking conference. So what I want to do today is talk to you about a project, this Living Nubia project that was mentioned in the introduction. It's going back to look at some sites that have been sort of overlooked and forgotten about. And actually the genesis of the project is a colleague of mine in the kitchen asking me if there were any Nubian settlements other than Kerma. And I was like, yeah, well, of course there are. But then it made me realize that there are things that people don't really know about. So it's still sort of quite preliminary. Things had to be delayed. I was supposed to go traveling and do research and stuff, but had to postpone things because of COVID and whatever. So what I'm presenting to you today is still working. Some of you, those of you who are in Warsaw will have already seen bits and pieces of this. There is some new stuff though, I promise. And yeah, so it's just to present an overview of ideas. And if anyone has any thoughts, I'm very happy to take your feedback. So the project is essentially a comparative analysis of non-urban habitation sites attributed to Nubian cultures before the New Kingdom colonization. So looking at things from the 4th millennium BC onwards up until about the 1500 BC-ish. The idea is to shift the focus away from Nubian cemeteries, because most of what, well, actually pretty much all of what we know about Nubia comes from cemeteries. So we don't really, we know a lot about how Nubian people or what they did with their dead, but we don't know a lot about how they lived every day. And it's also to extend the, I'll move that out of the way. So it extends the revisions of these cultural divisions. So we've got A group, C group, Pangrave, Kerma, all these sort of things. And we now know that those categories don't fully fit the data. So we need to rethink those. And so I had a Marie Curie project before what I'm doing now, which was looking at those cultural divisions from a cemetery perspective. And now I'm looking at that same thing from a settlement perspective. And when I say non-urban habitation sites, I mean things like this. So we're all familiar with Kerma. We're all familiar, or most of us should be familiar with Wadi Asibua, I guess, also. But the things that I'm looking at are much smaller. They're little hut structures, they're little tiny settlement things of little villages. And the remains are very, very minimal. They were all mostly excavated before the flooding of the region with the building of the high dam. And then most of them are in Lower Nubia around the Second Cataract, because that was where most of these have been found, where the survey work was most intensive. But a couple of important things that I want to note is that I'm not looking at Kerma specifically in this project because Kerma is being done. And there's a lot of information about Kerma. And I'm also not looking at any pharaonic installations, so not things like temple towns or fortresses that are in Nubia. I'm looking at things that can be or might be defined as a Nubian settlement, either in Nubia or even in Egypt. And there are a couple that are in Egypt. The primary questions of the project are what constitutes a Nubian settlement? What makes a settlement Nubian? What makes a settlement Egyptian? Is there a difference? And what do we mean by Nubian and Egyptian? There were actually other questions like how do Nubians use space? How do we define what spaces are? But then I realized within about 2 months of doing the project that I don't actually know what a Nubian settlement is. And that there are all of these settlements, which I'll show you a few examples of, where they're supposed to be Nubian for certain reasons, but then when you look at the material culture that comes from them, it's kind of, well, actually, I don't know what you are now. And vice versa, things that we thought were Egyptian that could also now be Nubian. So that's become the question, like, what is a Nubian settlement? Because we don't really know. The project is, as I said, mostly based on previously excavated data because most of it was excavated pre-1960s. The sites are lost. So I've had to go back and do a lot of archival work and museum-based research. So I've been to Uppsala in Sweden, where they have the Scandinavian Joint Expedition collection. The work at Tel Edfu, even though it is an Egyptian settlement, there's a lot of Nubian material in there. I've looked at the finds from the Austrian mission at Sayala in Nubia, Wadi Sabor a little bit, but it's based primarily on archival and legacy material, which brings with it its own problems. And the reason I'm sort of excited about this is because most of the material that we find is little fragments and bits and pieces, but this is the only thing that I found in the entire Scandinavian Joint Expedition collection that joined. So it was exciting. But I'm also looking at not just pottery. You know, everyone thinks of me mostly as like this hand-engraved pottery guy, but it's also, I've had to look at animal bones. I've had to look at sealing impressions. I've had to look at the archives, the original maps, all this sort of stuff to try and figure out what is going on at these places. And the first thing that I want to mention before I go on to talk about the sites themselves is that one of the things I've noticed as a pattern in the descriptions of these sites is that they are always referred to as primitive, which is a colonial perspective, as we've all talked about this a lot over the last few years. But Seva Söderberg, who is the director of the Scandinavian Joint Expedition, quite often describes Nubian, or what he defines as Nubian dwelling structures, as primitive. And he uses the word architecture in quotation marks, as if to imply that architecture or these structures are not worthy of the term architecture. So there's all these sort of things that we have to keep in mind when we're looking at these sites, that it is kind of this sort of, Egypt is the one that has the civilization, Egypt has the big cities, Egypt has all the monuments, but Nubia is primitive somehow, and Nubia is African. So it's all of these sort of ideas that I have to sort of dig through to understand these things a bit better. But the cool thing, even though Seva Söderberg and the Scandinavian expedition thought that these sites were primitive, they still collected everything, which means that someone like me can come along 60 years later and look at the stuff and the documentation and all of their field diaries and their notes and their photographs and try and reconstruct something, but with a different perspective. So not thinking of these things as primitive, but thinking of them as places where people lived and existed. And there is one fundamental idea that has become a problem for me in this project, and was in the title of the talk. It is this idea that Nubian structures are somehow circular and made of stone usually, whereas Egyptian settlement structures are usually rectilinear and made out of brick. And this is sort of the foundation of what I want to talk about today, but also to point out that it's becoming increasingly not an accurate division. Yeah, and this is Thais here? No, yes, she is. So this is really well illustrated by, there are these two projects. So my project, Living Nubia, and Thais and Linda Hulan's project, Being Egyptian, which we didn't know we were developing when we were developing them. And then they both kind of got funded at about the same time. And when I got mine and sort of announced that it was starting, Thais reached out and said, "Oh my God, I'm starting a project about being Egyptian." And then I looked at the logos of these two projects, and this idea that Nubia is circular and Egyptian is rectangular is in our logos. So this was illustrating this point perfectly, that that's what we think about these things. But it also it got me thinking about this idea of circles and squares and whatever. And then I realized that the Egyptian hieroglyph for settlement or place is Newt, which is a circle. So the Egyptians themselves had some idea that settlements and living spaces had this circularity about them, however we want to interpret that. But in doing the project, I started to realize that I don't know where this idea that Nubian settlements are circular actually came from. It's just something that appeared, and it's something that people accepted, and they just sort of ran with it. One of the ideas that was initially floated is that it was related to Nubians' burial structures, so the C group ones that you can see on the, the left of your screen. There are these circular stone structures made of dry stone, there's no mortar, and it was thought that these were in imitation of Nubian houses. But Georg Steindorf explicitly rejects this idea when he publishes Aniba and says that they are not an imitation of Nubian houses. So then what? Then we have these, what Reisner calls cup with lid. There's a few of them in Boston, which I'm going to look at actually, I think next week. And sometimes people think that they're in imitation of basketry. And we've all seen these sort of Nubian baskets that you can buy around Aswan in these fair trade shops that look like that shape. But then Jeff Emberling, for example, and a few other people have thought they look like imitations of potentially Nubian houses. And when you see this hut in Tanzania, I know Tanzania is not Sudan, but the house is this similar shape, this circular structure with this conical roof. But ultimately, no one has ever explicitly said Nubians live in circular houses. That's never been said in at least all of the literature that I've looked at. But there are some sites that do fit this criteria. So Aniba being one of them. There's a small settlement in these around the site of Aniba. There's a little village structure that you can see here. There's a number of housing structures. The foundations of most of these are circular. And also, interestingly, they're subterranean. They're sunken to the ground by about 1 meter. They've got these retaining walls built of sandstone slabs. So this idea, again, also that these settlements are temporary, therefore they're not well preserved. This thing is made of stone. So it's not temporary. It is something where people were planning to live for a long time or to come back to over a period of time. There's a reconstruction here. There's a fireplace in the middle, which I want to come back to hopefully at the end. But the material culture from this site is C group. All of the pottery is C group in character, and I can see Marie nodding, which is a good thing. So we know that it's a C group settlement and it is round. I should also note that we don't know what the roof structure looked like or if there even was a roof on these things. We're just assuming there was a roof because there are post holes, but it might be an open structure. But then we look at somewhere like Wadi Sebua, which is supposed to be the archetypal C group settlement. And in talking to Marie, I've realized this is maybe not really the case. And oh, the circles have moved. Okay, that's a problem, never mind. But the idea that this is an archetypal C group settlement is kind of belied by the fact that all of the structures in this settlement are rectilinear and they have corners. There are only 3 or 4 circular structures. These circles should have been over them, but they've moved because I've moved the picture last night, I think. So there's a circular structure there, a couple up there, and a couple of other roughly circular things. But for the most part, the settlement is rectilinear, except for the enclosure wall. The back is a natural cliff face, but the buildings themselves are rectilinear, but they are made of dry stone. So it's this combination now of stone, which is supposed to be Nubian, and rectangles, which is supposed to be Egyptian in an apparently Nubian settlement. Then we have this example, Uranatia Area FC, which was excavated recently by Laura Bestock and Christian Knoblauch, where the structures are built in dry stone, so Nubian, they're circular-ish. So here you can see it's got a curving wall, and this one here is also circular. But the material culture associated with this place is entirely Egyptian. They haven't found anything Nubian at this place. It is right next to the fortress, which they've sort of interpreted as maybe it's like a spillover of people who were living and working in the fortress, living in these houses that are Nubian in style. But we don't really know what's going on there. So it's becoming increasingly unclear why this circular thing we assume is Nubian when this place looks all Egyptian. Then we have site 147A, which I will do a little longer discussion about. So it is a rectilinear structure built partly of mud bricks, partly of stone. It's located near the Second Cataract. It is apparently dating to the Second Intermediate period, to the early New Kingdom. And the Scandinavian Joint Expedition described it as having Pangrave characteristics. and that it was a New Kingdom occupation by a totally Egyptianized population group. That's another topic for another time. We can talk about it in the garden. The pottery from this site is a mix of a lot of things. So we have Nubian style pottery here. We have these coursewares that a few of us have talked about in our talks the last couple of days. And you can see that it's this sort of, there's this matting impression stuff. This is probably a base sherd from one of these cooking pots where they put this pad of mud on the base. There's all this incised decoration, which is sort of vaguely Pangrave-ish, vaguely Kermer-ish. A lot of blackening on the outside for Leslie. So it's a used assemblage, it's a living assemblage, but we also have fine wares like Kermer beakers. So there's a few rim sherds of Kermer beakers, which you can tell from this the little remains of the silvery band. There's also reused Nubian sherd. So this is a sherd that has been shaped into a lid or something, or a pallet or a scraper or such. So it's a living assemblage. It's an assemblage that people are using. So it is probably a house. But we also have non-Nubian style pottery. There is the base of a Levantine amphora, which was quite a big thing. There's also the forms and technologies that are typical of the late Second Intermediate period, so the early 18th dynasty. There's even blue painted ware. So it's a mix of everything. So what are we looking at? We've got a rectilinear structure that's built partly of stone, partly of mud brick, with majority Nubian material culture that's been used for cooking and eating and stuff like that. And then some Egyptian stuff as well that's quite nice. So what is going on? Is it a Nubian community? Is it an Egyptian community? Is it something else? What is its function of this building? In another talk, I've talked about potentially this sort of settlement being related to the increase in gold mining in the area, which again, we can talk about in the garden, but anyway. So question then is, we come back to what does a Nubian settlement look like anyway? We've got things that are circular and stone, things that mud brick and stone are rectangular, things that are sort of a bit of both of those things that are circular but have Egyptian material culture, things that are rectangular but have Nubian material culture. It's all over the place. So this idea that we know what a Nubian settlement is and an Egyptian settlement is, I think, is something that needs to be revisited. And in the last couple of minutes, I think I've got about 3 minutes left, is an idea that I've just been playing with over the last month or so. So this is something I'm putting out so that we can talk about it, hopefully. And a few other people have already talked about fireplaces, so I'm happy to talk to you all. I started to look at function of spaces, and one thing I've realized is that I can't really say a lot about function, because the way that these sites were excavated, they collect the objects, but they don't really note where the objects came from necessarily. So it's been difficult to say what's going on in these spaces or what they're being used for. So I looked at fireplaces because they're one thing where you know where they are in relation to the space. There's this quote, "A house without a fireplace is a house without a heart," which apparently means I grew up in a house without a heart because I've never had a fireplace. But anyway, that's an attitude about these fires that was sort of interesting. But yeah, so using fires as a way to look at spatial organization, how people might arrange themselves in a space, and looking at the interactions between humans and buildings that they live and exist in. So we go back to Aniba. There is this circular structure that I mentioned at the beginning. So it's this round stone structure that's sunk into the ground by about 1 meter, that's lined with sandstone slabs. There are post holes, but there are also 3 fireplaces. So there's a big central fireplace, which you can see in this artist's reconstruction, and there's another 2 there. So this, to me, suggests that this is a central fireplace. People can sit around it. Everyone has access to the fire from all different sides. You can sleep around the fire. We talked a bit about that yesterday. And you can, if you wanted to have a meal or something, you wouldn't sit around the fire because you can't reach over the fire to get food. So you would sit on one side of the fire as a group and have your meal, or you might sit outside. So this central fireplace arrangement seems more sort of communal. It's a way of living and a way of existing in a space. Then in most of these structures that have, or actually not all of them, so most of them are rectilinear, but some of them are circular. There are other instances where the fire is against a wall or in a corner. These don't necessarily have to be fireplaces. One thing that I did, that someone made the comment on when I talked about this previously, is that this structure here is supposed to be a silo. I don't really believe that it's a silo, but there's a fire inside the silo right near the walls. So why would you have a fire in a silo? Someone did say that it may have been something to do with cleansing or insecticides, something. Someone mentioned that yesterday. I can't remember who it was. But maybe that's a function there. But for most times, when you have corners, the fire is in a corner. which then made me think about this idea that these structures, like in this bottom picture here, that these structures were the stone foundations to hold up reed matting or leather or something. That's surely a major fire hazard. Like if you've got a fire next to reed matting, then maybe we need to rethink, okay, what were these fires used for? Maybe they didn't have walls. Maybe the walls made of something different. How do we, they had something over the fire to protect the building from the fire. So we need to also think about how these fires are being used. But in terms of spatial organization, it also means that you can't sit around a fire, you can only sit in front of a fire. So it's a different way of engaging with the space. And then also looking at fires outside the house. So this fire, this side of Sayala, the fire is not in the house structures, which are these things here. It's outside the house structures. At Aniba, there's also fireplaces in the open space. So these living spaces were, like Rosh mentioned, I think that there's open spaces are living spaces. And I know I have to finish, and I'm going to, because I think this is a large slide. But yeah, but the fundamental idea of this talk is, what is Nubian? What is Egyptian? How do these people live? Why do we make these divisions? And what are they doing in these spaces? So thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to talk about stuff later on.
So our next speaker is Osama Abdel Wared. He's online. So I hear it was written online. The next one. Okay, I'm sorry. So he's here, alhamdulillah. So Osama is a museum expert and is currently the director of the Children's Center for Civilization and Creativity. So today we'll be talking about old Nubia houses on Sahel Island.
Good morning. Today, I will give a brief about the structure of the old Nubian house in Sahel Island. This research comes as a result of a report by the Nubian owner of the house, 2 houses in Sahel Island. It's a remarkable site consisting of a modern and the Christian era reuse of ancient elements, and domestic architecture has been identified as a possible location for the creation of a small local museum. In terms of materials, design, and the combination of the architectural elements, the site is unusual and unique. The design of the house utilizes the vocabulary of the 4th and 6th century AD church architecture for the apparently domestic purpose. No home from this era with a 2-story plan, and the combination of the mud brick, red brick, and sandstone monastery has been previously observed. This discovery has demanded further investigation. It currently is in a state of deterioration and in danger of the disappearance. To eliminate its historical significance, this paper provides the history of the site, background of the Nubian mud brick architecture, a description of the elements composing the structure, and a recommendation for the establishing a museum on the site. Sahel is the name of the Nubian Kinzi-speaking village that's located on an island in the Nile known as Sahel Narti. That's by Nubian, it means a Sahel Island in front of the village of Al Mahatta on the east side, 3 kilometers north of Aswan. In the ancient time, this site was used as a store for the material for voyage of the south. Sahel was the last station in Egypt for transport ships. Expedition of material and the men would leave from Sahel on their journey to the south. The men responsible for keeping the water channel from around the cataracts were left in Sahel. There are up to 250 inscriptions on the granite rocks of Sahel around the Jabal Kudi and Jabal Birba, left by the ancient Egyptian viceroys of Kush. The area was also used as a quarry to stone for the Philae temple as well. Found among the rocks and boulders, it's famous Femin stela, which details stores of goods and food supplies, which are sometimes interpreted as referring to contribution made to Ptolemy V. The Fouch of Nubia, the earlier recorded evidence of mud brick construction using a catenary vaulted roof to be found in Nubia was excavated by Walter Emery, 1929-1934, in the fortress of Bohen and Kuban, little south of Al-Dakka, in the east bank of the Nile. Here, the catenary vault was used as a roofing for dwelling and granaries inside and enclosures. This dating back to the time of King Caesar Street 12 and 11. Later excavation by Caron First and Aniba revealed the two mud bricks building which vaulted rooms dated to the second intermediate period. We have many examples, more sophisticated architecture in mud brick. One of the most prominent forms found in the traditional architecture was the barrel vault roof dating back to the Pharaoh Egyptian time, when it has already been introduced into the Nubia. We found such roofs in funeral architecture during Meroitic period and the most Meroitic time. Later, barrel vaults spread over all Christians in Nubia and were used to roof both churches and houses. Plus, also in Muslim period, barrel vaults seem to have been disappeared from the almost all part of the country, except the area from North Aswan in Darao to Wadi al-Arab in Nubia, south of First Karak. The site where I'm speaking about the houses, the former owner of the Nubian Muhammad Najjar from Sahel, he made a report to the Supreme Council of Antiquities, which indicated that he had inherited an old house used as a barn. I visited and surveyed the site, observing the following. The site consists of two related structures located in the middle of the urban area on Sahel Island. The first structure is old and in good condition, except that the vault has been destroyed. The house is not inhabited and is used as a bin, barn, and corral. The entrance is composed of courses of different materials. The ground layer are of mud brick, the upper layer of red brick and sandstone or reused sandstone, and the lintel of the sandstone slabs. The entrance leads to an open air hole. It's almost about 200.2 meter by 1.82 meter. On the far south of the hall, there is a small vault built of mud brick in size 1 meter point 16 by 1 meter point 12, and in higher 1 meter point 82. On the left side of the entrance, there is an staircase. The staircase leads built of sandstone blocks. Most of them consist of the reused block found scattered in the valley of the Sahel from the temple of the Ptolemies IV. The staircase leads to the upper floor of destroyed vault room of mud brick. It's almost 2.2 meters by 2.9. And it's higher about 2.2 in higher. There are 4 niches, 2 each the south and the north side, and the small windows in the middle of the north side. On the left side of the main house, there another house of the single level with a large room. The facade and the entrance were built with the monumental blocks and red brick, 5 courses of red brick and 1 course of sandstone, and so on, and sandstone lintel for the door, which leads to the large room measuring 4.60 by 2.74. At the end of the room, there is a mastaba, 2 niches in each and east and west side. To describe the component of the structure, reference of the reused ancient block is found in the catalog, the monument of De Morgan. There are several stones carrying hieroglyphic and pieces of sculpture are found around the village of Sahel and serve today to form some of enclosure for sheep and goods. Since these fragments are of little interest, we present them below and permit the date to be fixed with that the epoch of the construction of the temple. Happily, the cartouche of Ptolemy's remains intact. Labib Habashi mentioned the same chapel in Kush 5 as well. Blocks of these chapels are reported to be reused in the houses of the local village. More blocks from the site are kept at in Inspectorate of Supreme Council of Antiquities in Aswan. In the first structure of the first block of the staircase, which leads to the upper floor, has an inscription of the god Habi sitting in front of the offering table, bearing several kinds of food, followed by the vertical row of hieroglyphic text. Another row appears to read Ptolemy I on the far right, whereas another block, which an inscription from the left representing the god Habi. Part of the head is missing. In front of him are inscription is in bad condition and difficult to read. A block with a frieze of frequent figures with no inscription is reused as a part of the second to last step of the upper part of the staircase of the upper floor of the house. A block consistent of the half column based upon a semicircle is reused as a last step of the upper part of the staircase. It has drawn in poor condition. In summary, only house 2 is still in good condition, occupied or used by its owner as a storehouse. House 1 is deserted and filled with rubbish. The design of the house may be dated back to the Christian age. We recommended that this house to be added to the public utilities, to be served for its unique architectural style, dating back to the 4th to 6th century AD, establishing the chronology of the later use of this house process many problems in the absence of the many ceramics in order to distinctive artifact associated with the most of the houses. While those dating to be maybe post-Meroitic period, and the house with the Christian characteristic could be identified with some confidence, assigning a date to other apparently late house style remain Ptolemaic. The workmanship shows particular of the Byzantine masonry found elsewhere in Nubia during the Christian period, although this tradition continues into the Islamic period as well, with the example of the houses found in Aswan. It cannot, however, be excluded that these houses belong to Christian period. Since the owner's first report, the site has been placed under the care of the Supreme Council of Antiquities, giving the significance and obvious deterioration of the two houses, they should officially be declared historical monument in order to preserve and protect them. The obvious historical values and uniqueness of the house in this area of Sahel and the first cataract of the Nile calls for their immediate protection and preservation. It is further proposed to restore them to a sound condition. This could be accomplished by merely cleaning inside and outside and completing some necessary repairs. The short note on the pottery from the Sahel Island and the house itself. It's a small archaeological find around associated with the studies, Old Nubian domestic architecture on Sahel Island have been assembled during the recent survey of the site. It is the first group of archaeological information to be followed by the material from the archaeological excavation and the research of stratified finds foreseen in the nearest time of future. Nearly all pottery gathered there are made of the Nile silt on the rotating wheel, with several exceptions of handmade oven from of bowls and the deep plates, with very fine red slab. They belong to the particularly important group of Nubian pottery, intensively investigated by Adams in the last few decades. They create a special assemblage of handmade red slabs pottery, lasting in the Nubia from Meroitic till medieval time. However, the most of the collected shards represent ceramic known to us from other archaeological sites along the Nile Valley in Nubia and Egypt. Among the most enormous pieces of Sahel Island made of the Nile Khelai, late Ptolemaic forms are easily identified. Also, the most characteristic in the area of the first cataract ceramic made of pink clay, known from the production centers in Aswan and Elephantine, also represented there by several pieces of the early large forms, ornamented with engraved decoration. Find parallel with medieval ceramics. We can clearly see the surveyed area is richly marked by the ancient and the medieval artifacts from the Ptolemaic period onwards. Nevertheless, further research is needed to reveal the unquestionable relation between the collected shards and the old mud brick structure of the Nubian architecture in Sahel. The house, which are situated in a small square, could easily be transformed into a local museum housing contemporary ethnographic material from Sahel Island itself, which otherwise is currently in danger of disappearance. This can be accomplished at a very low cost using simple methods. The transformation would also ensure that The fragments of pharaonic decoration remain in their original place without needing to dismantle and thus destroy the historically valued or variable context needing to dismantle and thus destroy the historical valuable context by the house as a unit on its own. It will be similar to the gate of Nasr and Bab al-Futuh in the area of Islamic Cairo, which also incorporate some pharaonic elements. Finally, the transformation of the house into a local museum would impart a historical identity to inhabitants of Sahel. It also offers an opportunity to create a tourist attraction within the village with the side effect of the separate income derived from offering various other services in connection with the visit of foreigners. Thank you.
So our last speaker this time is online, is Georgia Marchiori. So I don't know if, yeah, she's here. Good.
Yes, I'm here.
A researcher at the archaeological department at Durham University, and she will be talking about houses in the deltaic environment, in particular about a late antique house in Kom El Ahmar in the western Nile Delta.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me and see my screen?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for having me here today, and thank you to Fatma Keshk and the Polish and French centers for organizing this excellent conference. My name is Georgia Marchiori, and I recently finished my PhD in archaeology at Durham University on domestic context in late antique Egypt. The focus of my thesis has been a mud brick house in the northwestern delta that I excavated with the Kom El Ahmar Composite Archaeological Project. The project, which is led by the University of Padua and is directed by Dr. Cristina Mondin, Dr. Mohammed Kenawi, and Professor Michela Zolati, has been investigating the site for over 10 years. In my thesis, I analyzed the house remains, context, environs, and material culture in a single study. The thesis objectives gravitated around 3 research questions, and for this presentation, I will focus on one. To what extent did the environment and geography of the delta play a part in the design of the house? It is a question that I had initially posed myself based on the site's location, given that the delta is unlike other regions in Egypt, as it is a floodplain geomorphologically distinct from the Nile River Valley, and this could have entailed potentially different management of living space from the rest of Egypt. I will start by giving you a quick overview of the case study house. The house was constructed sometime during the late 4th century and 5th century CE and occupied at least until the mid-5th century. The preserved remains include the foundation, remains of the basement room, a hint of the ground floor, and the architectural additions immediately outside it. The superstructure of the building was not preserved from what can be discerned, it was built entirely in mud brick, except for fired bricks used in small installations and architectural additions. Regarding the internal space organization, the lack of preservation of doorways and windows does not allow to generate access diagrams. The house plan was square, divided into 3 rooms and a possible space reserved for stairs. It falls into Deprater's type 1B square house category. Deprater's examples were almost exclusively from the Fayoum, except for the Sinai site Tel El Her. Felix Arnold's typological comparison between examples of late Roman and early medieval house plans showed that squared 3-room plans were not uncommon also at Geme, Elephantine, and Philae. Another parallel is House 5 at Siena. With the late Roman house at Kom El Ahmar, the square 3-room plan seems to have been a typology used across the country. So far, this is the only excavation unit that has been opened in this sector of Kom El Ahmar. However, the topographical survey and the aerial photographs hint at the presence of a neighborhood, presumably of contemporary structures, given the similarities in elevation and the apparently harmonious spatial organization, subdivided into building blocks by a semi-regular orthogonal street network. Alongside the remains of the house, the excavation has uncovered so far an amphora storage building, a beaten earth street, part of a structure used for miscellaneous use, among which animal penning, a courtyard devoted to a variety of activities, and a robbed foundation trench that cut through the house remains. The available evidence consisted of a building foundations, which were the focus of the architectural survey. The study of the foundations and foundation trenches assessed whether their characteristics had been affected by the delta's environment. The elements considered here are the depth of the foundation trench, the presence or not of the trench's backfilled side, and the use of a packing layer as a base for the wall. Due to work logistics, the excavation in the house's room C was the only one that reached the level of the foundation trench, and that of the lowest brick courses of the eastern and southern walls. One foundation trench was associated with the house's walls, and it was detected precisely in this room. Trenches were not physically detectable for the other walls, not even on the outside. We can assume that the other walls would also have required a foundation trench since the walls were all bonded. Thus, it would seem that the trench gap was left solely on specific instances. The identified trench ran parallel to the eastern wall and had been cut into a beaten earth leveling layer. It had a top width that varied from 20 to 77 centimeters and a visible depth of 90 centimeters. However, the wall continued 3 courses of mud bricks below the end of the trench's base, which became progressively narrower and closer to the wall until it was no longer detectable. Thus, the trench was roughly 120 centimeters deep. The depth of the foundation trenches will vary depending on the ground conditions. To determine eventual patterns regarding the depth of trenches, one should compare them with data from other excavated houses. There is few data on foundation trenches of Roman and late Roman houses, so for delta-specific examples, I found data on earlier period houses. These examples from different areas of the delta indicate that deep foundation trenches were standard in buildings constituted by multiple stories. Nevertheless, multi-story buildings did not necessarily require deep foundations. Nowicka mentioned shallow foundations in Philadelphia due to the hard bedrock. Flossman-Schutze also reported shallow foundations of Ptolemaic tower houses built over a limestone bank at Tunal Gebel. Boozer reported shallow foundations for House B2 at Ameida, thus implying that there was no necessity for a deep foundation in a geographical area with a limestone and sandstone plateau. Foundations of late Roman houses at Elephantine ranged from shallow and deeper foundations. So why would the Delta house require deeper ones? According to the NHBC standards, the minimum depth of a foundation trench increases depending on the modified plasticity index in shrinkable soils, meaning that at least 35% of the soil's content is composed of fine particles of silt and clay. In the case of Kom El Ahmer, the site was founded over a levee constituted by well-sorted micaceous coarse silts and very fine sand, surrounded by a terrestrial, though seasonally wet floodplain. Deep foundation trenches would allow the walls to reach a depth where the ratio of soil's moisture would ideally remain balanced. Core auger results in the house's area indicated that the levee sediments comprised approximately 50%, more or less 20%, of clay and silt fine particles. Therefore, the approximate percentage of fine particles falls into the category of shrinkable soils, requiring digging a foundation trench over 75 centimeters deep. This consideration is applicable mainly if a building is intended for long-term use. To contrast moisture threats, a tightly packed layer of a different material separating the lowest course from the ground can act as a damp course, impeding water infiltration and providing the building with a level foundation. But in the case study house, the lowest course of mud bricks of the eastern and southern walls had been laid out directly over pre-existing soil deposits. No change was noted in the brick bonding either. Indeed, archaeological evidence demonstrates that a foundation layer in a different material than mud brick was not always the case. This table compares the geographical location and geology of the regions of several sites of different temporalities against the use or not of foundation packing layers to gauge if it was a standard procedure. A pattern can be detected. Among the sample sites, both in the delta in the floodplain, seem to be more likely to be provided with a mud brick foundation than sites located in regions with a lower likelihood of having their structures impacted by humidity and rising damp via capillary action. Nonetheless, the examples demonstrate a range of possibilities. The preparation and building of a foundation depending on the geology below the settlement and the longevity of occupation, but also presumably on the opportunities available to the builders and the individuals who had commissioned the construction. This in terms of materials available and their cost. In addition, we should also consider pragmatic circumstances, such as if there was an economic readiness to use a given material, if it were available, whether the current administration was investing in procuring it, and ultimately, if it was necessary to use it, or if it was possible to make do with less expensive materials. The stone and fired brick buildings at Kom el Ahmer testify that these materials could be made available in the late Roman period. The fact that the case study house builders did not include them in the building's foundations indicates that a mud brick foundation was deemed sufficiently adequate. Indeed, allowing contact between the mud brick wall and the ground can have advantageous effects. The interaction allows the bricks to retain a beneficial amount of moisture content, which prevents complete dryout and suction, and in turn, favors brick strength by maintaining normal clay swelling. The same effect is reached by covering the walls facades with mud plaster, because dryout can lead to shrinkage cracks. Thus, humidity is part of the mud brick and the building's well-being, as long as a certain level of control is maintained and not exceeded. The case study house, nonetheless, provides a direct comparison for the need or lack of packing layers. That of the building that would have been laid in the robbed foundation trench that cut through it. The structure intended to be erected within the trench was either wholly stripped or never built. A packing layer was identified only on the base of the eastern part of the trench, and it was made up of fragmented and worn fired bricks arranged in irregular rows. They filled space within the trench base, but did not reach the northern and southern limits. Therefore, what was the purpose of this fired brick packing? It could not have served as a dam course for the wall, as the fire bricks would not have prevented the water from rising. Instead, it could have been intended to withstand the weak ground for support. The height graph shows the change in elevation of the fired brick packing from south to north. On the other hand, the slope percentage graph shows a slight digression from the zero line in terms of the percentage of change in elevation, suggesting that the fired brick packing was leveled. The presence and absence of backfilled trench sites should also be considered, since they could also denote a response to the surrounding context. The trench fill could potentially afford a degree of protection to the wall. The mud brick wall would avoid water retention if the fill was constituted by a type of soil whose grains did not react to water and would have allowed the wall to breathe. A characteristic of the walls of the Kom el Ahmer house was that the perimeter walls exhibited concave courses, whereas the internal walls had roughly horizontal brick courses that appeared compressed in certain instances. Concave brick courses are a particularity often noted in mud brick houses of the Roman and late Roman period, but they have been documented since the Saitic period. There seems to be a consensus on the utility of concave walls as a deliberate building technique concerning houses, as they are deemed a feature that aided the distribution of the house's load. In general, most of the discussion is based on the architecture of massive enclosure walls, but then the discussion eventually encompasses also house walls. Nevertheless, there is a crucial difference. The concave walls observable in domestic architecture do not include convex counterparts. I first wondered if a concave wall might not be a voluntary execution, but rather the result of a long-term process related to architectural and environmental factors. Pan-bedded brickwork is often observed in tower house remains, but it should be remarked that not all houses were like that, and some had horizontal brick courses. Davoli reported buildings with horizontal and concave courses at sites in the Fayum. Even the late period to Roman period house terracotta models show the variability, some displaying concave courses of bricks and other horizontal courses. In the case study house, it can be noted that the trench bed is not fashioned in a concave shape, but it was roughly flat. The two deeper parts seem to be fillings, perhaps in an attempt to render the base of the trench flat. The southernmost side is tilting upwards, but that could be dependent on the placement of the southern corner over an earlier wall. Therefore, the concavity of the courses would seem not to be influenced by the shape of the trenched bed. The easternmost part of the southern wall of the room lies over the wall of an earlier building, and a structural problem could have been generated from this placement, as a small part of the wall received more support than the rest. This could have potentially influenced the concaveness of courses. A similar pattern can be noted on the opposite wall of the same room. I consulted 4 specialists in earthen architecture and engineering regarding their opinion on the functionality of concave courses. Responses varied to assessing concavity as not planned, but a result of subsidence, arguing that it would be logical to divert the weight of the wall towards the corners rather than the center of the wall. Concavity might be a deformation related to the ground's humidity and the result of soil settlement over time. A structural engineer described it as sagging and suggested that it could be a consequence of subsidence and creep combined. The theory that concave foundation bases and the concave courses would allow for the lightening of the load weight from the corners of the building implies that the pressure is relieved from the corners but added to the central parts of the walls, thus creating an anomaly. Roof loads should be spread equally over the entire wall rather than be focused on a specific part. With doorways and windows, the weight from the roof is diverted via features such as relieving arches. Therefore, why should the walls be purposefully built in a manner that does not allow them to spread the weight of the building to the foundations equally? This anomaly is also reflected in the bending of the wooden lintels used for the windows. The wooden lintels are curved because of the load stress, which could be the result of creep. If the wooden lintels had been meant to be curved to adhere to the concavity of the courses, then even the internal floors of the upper stories would have followed this trend, becoming tilted and impractical. Regarding the use of wood and stone in the corners of buildings to protect and strengthen the corners, it must be considered that the application of wood and stone supports is also related to reparations of coving, which is a deterioration of the base and corners of earthen walls due to factors such as water saturation, the rise of soluble salts, and wind erosion. Coving is more likely to occur when a stone plinth does not support the wall. As such, the concave wall phenomenon could be described as sagging resulting from factors that could range between creep, subsidence, extreme roof loads, and rising dams. Creep can have long-term effects, such as permanent deformation due to gradual stretching. Mud bricks will creep over time due to their level of ductility. The role of the underlying topography is also again a relevant factor. Alluvium falls into the category of expansive or swelling soils, which are susceptible to large and sudden reduction in volume upon wetting. Swelling clays can damage wall foundations by generating either an edge lift or center lift, also known as doming. The edge lift occurs when the edges undergo wetting, swelling, and the center drying, shrinkage, whereas the reverse occurs for the center lift. Even some houses equipped with stone foundations exhibited concaveness, and it has been assumed that they had been structured that way. However, if the ground below is weak, subsidence will occur regardless of the supposedly sturdier stone foundation. To conclude, it can be argued that environmental factors did frame architectural and building decisions, but also that some choices were framed by pragmatic conditions, perhaps depending on the individual and administrative agencies over finances, planning, materials availability, as well as the urban circumstances. I have advanced the possibility that the concave courses of domestic structures were not part of an intentional construction technique, but the result of the architecture settling and reacting to the environment, possibly due to the swelling clay soils of the floodplain or the underlying presence of other structures or the excess weight, presumably a process that occurred after some years. Despite the abnormality, it must be noted that the stability of the buildings may not have been at risk, precisely due to the nature of the mud bricks, whose high compressive strength, combined with low tensile strength, yields a moderate shear strength, which makes them responsive to stimuli such as stress, tension, subsidence, and ground movement over time. Tensile strength improves actually with the inclusion of straw in the clay mix. Thus, although the building suffered from concaving, it could also structurally withstand it thanks to the use of mud brick as building material, at least for some time. The cross comparison of a small sample of sites indicates that a detailed analysis of the particular circumstances of each respective site would be the key to gauging some of the motivations behind the architectural and building choices. Investigating multiple occupational phases at a single site can also expand the range of rationale. Concerning the observation of the relation between foundation trenches and walls, it would be interesting in the future to compare the kind of data registered from the Kamal Ahmar house with the data from other late Roman houses in the Delta and elsewhere in Egypt to note if there is any concordance between the data. Thank you very much for your attention, and I also take this opportunity to thank all my colleagues at the Kamal Ahmar Composite Archaeological Project.
So now we are right back on track, or right on track. If there is, or there are any questions here, Joanne.
This is for Aaron's paper. Thank you very much. I was particularly interested in what you were saying about those preconceptions of circular buildings and rectangular buildings. And although your circular hut you showed is probably much bigger than the Merimden ones, of course you have those circular ones, you have Hemamaya at Mardi, as well as having pre-dynastic models clearly of rectangular structures and what we know from Hierakonpolis. And then also I was thinking about some of the structures in the Sinai. So for example, you have those huge and also smaller Naomi structures of stone. And also there are some Timnian kind of outlines I've seen, circular and rectangular features as well, which I thought looked very similar to one of the examples that you showed. So just really interested in that and kind of challenging those perceptions and thinking about how that space was used.
Yeah, no, and I think that also, like in a lot of ways, Nubians continue older traditions for longer. So if this is like a hangover of that they continue making blacktop pottery, they continue with the beautifully decorated stuff that you have in early Egypt, and sort of, I think I'm causing feedback, and sort of elevate it to a new level. So I think it seems like that they're holding on to these traditions for longer and it's more continuous. Yeah, but I should talk to you more about those things. Thanks.
Thank you. That's also for Aaron. You said, if I understand correctly, that stone architecture is a sign of permanent settlement?
No, not necessarily. So what I was saying is that there's this idea that these Nubian communities like the C Group and Pangrave are mobile or seasonably mobile or something. But the structure at Aniba, they've gone to a lot of effort to make this thing sturdy. So whether it's that they were there all the time or that they were there for a part of the year and then they take down whatever was the soft structure at the top and then move away and then come back again to the same place. Because Aniba is interesting and also that it has stratigraphy. So it's like it was used and renovated and reused and reused and reused. So it's like the term I was using was permanently temporary. That it was there all the time for them to keep using, but they didn't use it all the time.
So, okay, then I misunderstood. So did you, or is there any chance to go into any deeper into this by archaeological evidence of seasonal slaughtering or whatever?
I will have to. So that's because I don't know bones. But I will have to talk to someone who knows, because there's a lot of, depending on where they live, like at Sayala, there's a lot of fish bones and also a lot of goat and sheep. Oh, I'm back. Okay, no, I'm not back. Yeah, so it's they seem to, depending on if they're near the river, they're eating a lot of. By the river, they're not eating much fish. I don't know what's happening. Okay. So yeah, I need to go and look at that. And also, there's not really any botanical remains that I can find. There's little bits and pieces from the Scandinavian collection, but not much.
Thank you. I have a question to the first speaker. First of all, I find it a very interesting and really interesting project you're doing. The houses Daniela Rosinov excavated, house 1 with these 2 entrances. This is quite unusual, isn't it? Do you have other parallels for 2 entrances within a house?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I didn't look into that many parallels for the entrances, but I do feel like I remember that there is something like this on Elephantini in the Old Kingdom. I mean, you or someone else might know this better than me. So the problem is with the second house that we just partly excavated so far, we haven't really got to the entrance situation. But that so far at least doesn't seem to have an entrance from the north-south running street. It may have been located a bit further north, but it's, yeah, so I mean, it may have been accessible only via the street that was running on top of it, which we can, so further in the north, which we can see in the geomagnetic prospection that was carried out there as well. But that is a good point. I will look into that, actually, look for some parallels for that. Thank you.
I think there was another question. No, online, is there any question? Are there any questions? Nothing? Last chance. Fatma, what do you think? Let's have a break? Okay, so thank you very much for your insightful contribution. And yeah. Ah, there is a question. Oh, there. It was not crazy, I saw a hand raising.
Thank you so much for this interesting topic. I'd like to refer that about shallow trenches. There are many shallow trenches are also attested in the necropolis of El Hawish, necropolis of Akhmim, as also many hundreds of shallow trenches are also well preserved in the necropolis of Salamoni. So the shallow trenches are also attested outside Tuna Gabal, Amhida, and so on. There are many shallow trenches for inhumation are also well preserved in the necropolis of Akhmim, in El Hawish necropolis, as well as El Salamoni necropolis.
It's for Georgia, right?
Yeah, I assumed it was for me. Thank you very much. Yes, of course, I didn't mean with that slide that the shallow trenches were just in both sides. It was just a sample of sites that I used as an example because, of course, due to the limited time. But thank you very much.
Ah, there is another one.
It was just a comment really to a paper, and because I thought we've been talking a lot over the days about what evidence we maybe have for upper stories as well, and just seeing those side plans of the houses, and again thinking about the environment, the air, the smell, the smoke, and that for examples, of course, we get to have a look at what these actually look like on upper stories as well. So I just thought that was very, very helpful.
Yes, thank you. This the Sahel houses is really the unique for double stories house relating to the early Christian period, maybe post-Meroitic. But in my opinion, this house may be built between 4th and 6th century AD, and particularly it was a house of a monk. hope this was my opinion, because the house is really have a lot of elements related to the church found around the area of Aswan.
Another question? So this time is the right one.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. Hello. Test. 1 2 3.
Okay, I think we can start. Yeah, the boss gave me clearance. So, so welcome everyone to the session number 7. We are going to explore some ethnoarchaeological methods for the investigation of houses. So I will start straight away with Anne-Claire Salmas, who is our first speaker of this session. She's an assistant professor of Egyptology at the American University of Cairo. She's also a member of the Deir el-Medina team, excavated by the IFAO. Anne-Claire had her PhD at the Sorbonne University. She was also in Oxford as an editor for the OEB and the topographical bibliography at the Griffith Institute. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Thais. So I would like to begin by thanking the Institut Français d'Archéologie Orientale and the Polish Center of Mediterranean Archaeology for hosting the conference, and more so Dr. Fatma Keshk for organizing it. Now, this session, partly entitled The House, Now and Then, ? Is mostly devoted to comparing ancient and modern lifestyles and understanding what the latter can bring in terms of information on the formers. My contribution, which will slightly derive from the topic, aims to question what exactly covers the notion of domestic lived space. As we have all noticed by now, the word domestic is a very loaded one, and there are as many ways to discuss the notion as there exist many domestic espèces d'espace, to borrow the words of the French essayist Georges Perec. The word home, which I will mostly retain during this talk, is also particularly appropriate for the discussion, for it defines, and I quote the Oxford Dictionary, the place in which one's domestic affections are centered. So in my paper, grounded on a specific case study, the settlement of Deir el-Medina, where I have been working for a while now, I would like to suggest ideas and avenues of research which I have borrowed from cultural geography and sociology. So I would like to try to come up with a wider definition of what ancient Egyptians may have perceived to be their home on a daily basis. So I'm fairly certain that there is no need to introduce the site of Deir el-Medina and the community of royal workmen it once housed. However, it's important to keep 3 elements in mind. Firstly, the apparent isolation of the site in a desert environment and its location within a sacred area. Secondly, the fact that the settlement is state-sponsored and for the most part state-controlled. Thirdly, the fact that the traditional definition of Deir el-Medina may be too limited to reflect the actual spatial experiences of the inhabitants. So now that the stage is set, let us discuss the core issue of this paper, that is the conception of a home. So during a previous academic event entitled Being an Egyptian and organized by Linda Hullin and Thais Darrocha, Gaëlle Chantrin commented on the notion covered by the Egyptian term chenou, and she came up with the image of concentric circles which would represent different levels of the interior, or in spatial terms, homelessness, if you allow me this neologism. So based on this image, an Egyptian could have felt at home in his house, his village, his home, in Egypt, and sometimes also even abroad. As I will try to demonstrate during this contribution during this contribution, this scheme is perfectly relevant when applied to a local scale. For Darel Medines peoples, what could have been considered their home from inside outward is their house, likely their quarter in the village itself and beyond the whole settlement, the local area on the west bank of Thebes, and finally, the Theban megapolis. So the first place that is linked to the notion of domestic lived space is the house, that is a building. However, the word house is suitable up to a certain point. Indeed, a house is not necessarily a home. As mentioned by Thais da Rocha, what makes a house a home is its appropriation by its inhabitants by means of structural modifications and or decoration. This is, I believe, particularly true in the case of planned settlement, such as Darel Medina, where inhabitants respond to a predetermined arrangement in order to deliberately produce a meaningful home. In cultural geography, this dynamic process constitutes the conscious and active aspect of the phenomenon of inhabiting. So in Darel Medina's village, houses follow a general and somehow coherent layout with common features, which is not surprising for a planned settlement. Yet no two house plans are identical. There consequently existed some leeway in the arrangement of houses to accommodate the need of households, be they related to dwelling activities, economic production, or even self-presentation. Some of these adjustments are visible in the field, as evidenced by this photograph showing that the implementation of a cultic elevated structure, the so-called lit clos, required the demolition of a pre-existing wall. Other adjustments are evidenced by textual documentation. Ostracon Vari 13, for instance, records a payment made by one workman to another for a work conducted in the former's house. Decoration is another important feature to take into consideration when it comes to transforming a house into a home. Many inscriptions containing proper names have been uncovered in Darel Medines village. They consist of lintels, door jambs, inscribed column bases, frames for cultic niches, painted decorations such as false doors, as well as portable equipment, likely cultic in nature. These elements are crucial as they identify a house as the home of an individual and by extension, his households. They participate in individual expression as well as social assertion. In other words, these inscribed elements transform a house whose function is actually passive into a home that is a place invested with meaning and emotions. So one would imagine that these elements would have been modified at the death of the named owner when a house passed into someone else's hands. Yet they seem to have been left preserved and untouched. So I suggest that these elements were perceived as identity reserves, recollecting, if not embodying, the memory of the family in the perspective of family transmission of houses, and reminding people generation after generation of who the first or the most prominent members of the line were. Modern villages in Egypt provide mutatis mutandis some relevant points of comparison with such memoryscapes. Even though they fulfill an entirely different purpose, painting on the facade or Hajj paintings on the facade of family houses retain the name of the home owners or the home owners who performed the pilgrimage. Elsewhere, in the old mud brick villages of Balat and El Kasr, in the oasis of Dakhla, entrance doors of some houses are topped by an inscribed wooden lintel, recording inter alia a more or less developed genealogy of the people who once owned the family home. So ethnographic observations also provide significant information as to how one may perceive the limits of a domestic lived space beyond the mere walls of a house. In contemporary villages, domestic units are often open onto narrow streets or alleys, and through open doors, intense communication develops. Such a configuration, which can undoubtedly apply to the antique village of Dar el Medina, forces us, in my opinion, to reconsider, on the one hand, our categories of public versus private, visible versus invisible, inside or insider versus outside or outsider, and on the other hand, the pivotal role of the door. Indeed, a door is as much an insulating element generating discontinuity as an incorporating element generating spatial and social continuity. Depending on the time of the day, and temporality is critical here, the open door allows the combination of private and public spaces, the combination of a home and the street, the combination of a home and another or several others. So, as discussed by Uros Matis, the street, which I define as an interstitial space, is another important component when it comes to defining a lived space. The street is a place that can be semi-appropriated on a communal model. It's an area of coexistence where boundaries between adjacent homes are temporarily blurred, as partially evidenced in these photographs taken in Luxor and Cairo City of the Dead, which can be considered a big inner village of sorts. A home should thus not be necessarily understood as a private territory delineated by the four walls of a house. The notion of home implies a shifting balance between openness to the outside and self-withdrawal. So coming back to Dar el Medina, a home was probably not solely restricted to the confines of a house and its fronted street. A preliminary work that I've conducted has demonstrated that in some areas of the village, there existed interconnected houses forming private neighborhood of sorts according to family bonds. So the pattern is clear in the southern part of the village, at least for the first part of the Ramesside period. In this section of the village, two family clusters have been clearly identified, one of which, in red, originally comprised 2 or 3 houses belonging to Senejem and 1 or 2 of his sons, the other of which, in blue, comprised the house that once were those of Nebamentet and his son Nebamun. So consequently, beyond a mere house, what may have constituted a home could have been a family cluster. And as such, I wonder whether the absence of some structural component in some houses at Dar el Medina, such as the kitchen, the oven, the staircase, a cellar, or even the cultic elevated structure in the first room would have been shared between related households. It's difficult to answer this question given the duration of the village occupation and its many changes. So beyond this, the village and ultimately the whole settlement, including the necropolis and the houses of eternity, may also have been perceived as homes for the members of the community of workmen. The tightly packed spatial layout of the village reflects on the social level a tightly knit communities with its own privacy, cohesion, and more importantly, territorial identity. And in the terminology used in Dar el Medina's documentation, Chenou designates the inside, that is the settlement and its inhabitants, while Bener designates the outside, that is the support staff residing outside the settlement. However, this spatial and social delineation did not limit social practices and did not prevent social interaction to occur between the inside and the outside. So beyond a house, a neighborhood, or a village, the definition of a lived space or a home must take into consideration other spaces. is a step toward breaking limitation is a crucial factor in enabling scholars to broaden their investigation and ultimately refine their definition of a home. I have applied this proposal to my research on lived spaces at Gerald Medine through the combination and cross-referencing of data, whether they originate from the settlement or consist of traces left in the textual and iconographic documentation or in the broader local landscape. So physically and institutionally, the settlement of Gerald Medine and with it its inhabitants seem at first to have been confined in a particular environment surrounded by a system of barriers. However, a close analysis of the evidence indicate that the demarcation were de jure and not de facto, and that the limit imposed around the settlement by the state were not as coercive as one may think at first. So far from being segregated, Gerald Medine's inhabitants actually circulated outside the settlement and fairly freely for that matter, and effectively experienced different spaces on the west bank of Thebes for professional, economic, or personal reasons, as well as for religious events. Consequently, to the rationalized and centralized production of the settlement correspond another form of spatial production that one can appreciate through a study of mobility pattern. The theoretical model of braconnage developed by the French thinker Michel de Certeau is particularly appropriate here. It places human creativity at the center of the spatial experience and states that through daily practices called ruse, tactique, or even bricolage, people resist to official strategy, that is, spatial techniques of empowerment. There consequently existed a double-sided process of spatial production between an institutionalized place and its usages by the inhabitants who basically crawled into the cracks of the official system in order to create their own territory outside the limits of a programmatic place. So in the case of Gerald Medine, the ensemble of daily spatial practices formed a network of interconnected places on the west bank of Thebes, toward which people felt some sense of belonging and which were undoubtedly considered a home by the community's member. Over time, spaces that people practice on a regular basis take on particular sets of meanings, which can alternatively produce a place and even turn it into a home. At Gerald Medine, this phenomenon is revealed in a title and by epigraphic performances. So in their monuments, members of the community promote the title Set Jamash Em Set Maat, which means literally he who hears the appeal in a place of truth. Now, this title carries admittedly a geographic connotation, but it's also imbued with highly symbolic qualities, for the expression place of truth designate a sacred area. The extensive promotion and use of this title by the workmen themselves emphasizes, in my opinion, the clear sense of belonging to this singular place. Being a servant in the place of truth and formally claiming it do not mean being a simple workman. The title literally labels the member of the community as people inhabiting a sacred area, otherwise inaccessible. The place of truth is therefore another lived space or another form of home for Gerald Medine's people, but one that singled them out. This distinctiveness is asserted by graffiti and drawing scattered in the Theban hills. They pertain, as it seemed to me, to land-grabbing mechanism. Place marking undoubtedly plays a significant role in the process of place-making here. By wandering around and signing the sacred landscape, workmen told something about their experience of the place and their sense of belonging to it. More so, they appropriated the place of truth and they shaped it as their own. So these epigraphic performances physically and symbolically anchor Dar el Medina's people in the place of truth and ultimately crafts both a home territory and a territorial identity. Finally, I would like to address very briefly some texts gathered under the label Traces of Thebes. These literary pieces are eulogy of the ancient city, and some have been uncovered at Dar el Medina. They were undoubtedly composed or copied by literal members of the community, and you have an example on this slide. So despite their highly codified nature, these texts reveal, at least to a certain extent, a spatial compactness and convey the idea that Dar el Medina's people seem to also have considered the Theban megapolis as their own lived space, even though it was located some distance across the Nile River. The same phenomenon is still at play today when people from the West Bank villages claim that they are from Luxor and beyond the Said. So just to conclude in 2 words, several spaces and not only the house were likely to constitute focal points in the lives of ancient Egyptians. They're all contributing to varying degrees to the production of a home and the definition of a spatial identity. I thank you all for your attention.
Our next speaker, thank you, Anne-Claire. Our next speaker is online. Maria, are you there with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Hello, yes, we can hear you. So Maria Correas Amador, who is our next speaker, she has a PhD from Durham University, doing ethnographic and archaeological research in Egypt about domestic space. And she's also a specialist in organic architecture and in ethno-archaeological methodologies. Welcome, Maria. We are ready to hear you. I think you need to switch to presentation mode on the PowerPoint.
Yeah,
yes,
it should be ready now, yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maria.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and thank you to the organizers. So today I would like to talk about, of course, ethnoarchaeological research, but I would like to focus on 2 particular aspects that I've been researching more recently. I see my research has always focused on like mud brick architecture, but I most recently have explored more the links between the practical and the meaningful side of organic architecture, and also the interaction between different materials. So organic materials, so earth, plant, and animal derived. So these are 2 things that I would like to focus on more today. So in terms of earth, first of all, in what refers to the practical side of using mud as a material, of course, what we're used to talking about is that the local availability that we have makes it very convenient material, because it's easy to put together. It's cheap. It's adapted to the environment. So, of course, temperature wise is a convenient material to use, and also because of the fact that it can be repaired quite easily. And yeah, this is like what we are used to talking about. But also I would like to focus on like the meaningful side of things. And then this doesn't just have to apply to, religious manifestations, for example, or cultural manifestations within the house itself, but just the very material has a series of connections that justify its constant use. And what I would like to emphasize is that I think like practical and meaningful sides of things are they feed each other. So this material keeps being used because it's practical, but also because of that importance, it acquires more meaning, and that meaning that gets embedded in the culture is what conversely makes it enduring throughout time. And I would like to focus here not just in Egypt and ancient Egypt, but also other cultures, because we see useful similarities that can help us understand what the real meaning behind the use of earth is. So in terms of like connection to the land, we have a series of clues, both in the language, for example, even nowadays, when we talk about in Spanish, for example, we say, when you talk about missing home, you say, I miss my land, literally. In Irish English, for example, they use the turf to refer to a very specific feature in their geography. So, what the language is expressing is that deep connection between the actual physical land and the concept of being at home. In ancient Egyptian texts, we also see this connection. So, for example, in the Tale of Sinuhe, which everybody is familiar with, when he finally hears that he's able to come back home, he sort of goes and kneels on the ground and grabs earth and throws it over his head. So that's not just a symbol of joy, but also a very physical manifestation of the fact that the soil is associated to the homeland. There's also like a further connection to do with creating community, and this is very important as well for concept of urbanism. So when we're talking about, for example, events that take place every year, we know, for example, in Yemen, so it's an annual event, cultural event where the whole community unites to do this repairing that these structures need. And so it's an element of cohesion, not only of the community, but also a continuation of the use of this traditional mud brick architecture. And also the Dogo people, for example, in West Africa, give such an importance to their land, to the physical soil, that they believe it has invigorating properties, and they even go as far as like eating it as a tonic, or as a way of like giving themselves strength. But also when people move abroad and they go to visit them, they take this soil in little bags, like little balls of this soil, to give them a piece of home, so as to say. So and keep that connection. So it's very important to keep this physical connection to the community. So I believe these are all aspects that are tremendously important when interpreting architecture, and of course mud brick architecture, and of course they are practically invisible when we're looking at the archaeological record, but not for that reason are any less important. In terms of like the practical aspects, it's clear that ethnoarchaeology has a main role in providing, an idea of like the different construction phases for something that is very difficult to identify in the archaeological records, and because of the variation in a very short term. So the constant modification of mud brick makes it hard to be able to spot these different constructive phases. And as we see here, for example, in a workshop that is producing mud bricks, we can see in the structure itself of the house a whole lot of modifications. Also by omission, we see on the right-hand side how the print left by missing architectural elements, in this case a wooden beam, and the pattern that they would create in the remaining bricks. The same for repair. As we can see, it creates a thick layer of render where it has been constantly re-repaired. Also, we see different color, which are also clues when we're looking at the archaeological records of how and when and why certain elements have been repaired as part of like the constant maintenance as well of the building. And then we have below on the left-hand side, bottom left, an example of how bricks of a different color can be creating a pattern, which is expressing like a cultural identity. And by looking archaeologically, we can see how, for example, these patterns of like different color, we can try and spot these, which otherwise would be very difficult to justify why, they could also be confused by different constructive phases, which they are not in this case. And also bottom right, the deterioration of mud brick and the layers that it generates also can help us identify better the different levels in the archaeological record. As well as the house itself, of course, it produces multiple pieces of furniture and appliances, containers. We have some pigeonholes, niches, and the oven itself. And another byproduct of earth is in reality clay, so like pottery, which we can see as a practical element within the house, but also as a cultural expression. And here you probably, you will identify Nakada, which is historically famous for the production of pottery. So this is a way of cultural identification when you arrive into the village. The interaction of like earth with other products, other organic products, we can clearly see here in pictures from the same, the three close-ups are from the same wall. And we can see both clay, but also animal products. And they're not only just the product of gathering together the earth and accidentally picking up those elements, but they are also used as additive and as a way of compacting the soil. And we see this as well in the archaeological record, and of course, often in the production of pottery. Here, sorry, I passed that a bit fast. So here we can see the use of complete tree trunks, palm trunks in the as beams. A rare example of a balcony, but also something to bear in mind. These extra architectural elements, singular elements that could have, very easy to disappear in the archaeological records, and also their use as furniture, in this case as benches. A similar thing, and it's very graphic on the different roles that these beams can perform within the building. In terms of animals, it's quite interesting because we see that not only, for example, in the top left, we can see how reeds and also mud has been used to create this kind of pen for animals, and also making use of the natural environment to provide that roof. But in the house itself, the connection between the presence of animals and the actual practicalities of the house. So, for example, we can see how possibly former beam holes have been reused now as pigeonholes in bottom left. And also bottom right, of course, use of patties, dung patties to store and be used for fuel. Also, often top right, we can see some troughs that now have been repurposed after the house has been abandoned. So we have a series of levels that are interesting to look at for what we're actually missing in the archaeological record, which is the human action and the reaction to the environment. We can identify different levels. I've already talked about the local identities here in the case of Naqada. Also the positioning and the presentation and the use of the house as a way of portraying this towards the community. So in this case, the house of the mayor of the village. The perception that, and of course this is almost impossible to identify in the archaeological record, but there are important elements to bear in mind when interpreting, which is also the perception that the inhabitants of the house have of their own house and how that reflects on the state of preservation, decoration, and so on. And one last level about individuality, so personal solutions, things that might not necessarily be extended everywhere else, peculiarities that we might find in the archaeological record that don't necessarily have a global interpretation. So here, for example, we see a completely individual solution of how to, with a bit of glass and adapting the mud, how to control the light that is coming into a living space downstairs. And lastly, I would just like to mention that all of these elements combined together allow us to think of a series of variables that all influence each other. And that they cannot be understood without one another. So the idea of the interpretative tool, which some of you will know and was developed a couple of years ago, is to combine all these variables and to look at all the different possibilities in which they can affect each other. So we're talking about environmental variables, which of course always determine what the structure of the house is going to look like. We're also talking about physical variables that are specific of the materiality of mud bricks, so like maintenance, the need to repair all these physical traces that we've seen in the pictures I've shown you before. Social and cultural variables, we're talking about, for example, superstitions, traditions that might mean that doors cannot be placed in a certain place where something has happened and doors are moved. That's just an example of multiple variables, cultural variables that can affect the elements of the house. Community and individual variables, we've seen how personal solutions, even down to the job that is the person has or the role in the community. The space alterations, distinction between function and use, affected by gender, affected by the idea of like public and private spaces. Activity areas, here we're talking about, rather than, of course, function, which is something that is completely, in my opinion, outdated for mud brick structures. We're thinking of use. And the use is completely variable, not only throughout the day, but also throughout, seasons and years. So it's a very small, it's a multi-layer thing that we need to be looking at, which of course is very inconvenient for the archaeological record, but I believe is essential. The individual has characteristics, the same architectural considerations apply to any other material in terms of ventilation, lights, and positioning in the best way possible. And lastly, the archaeological variables that I've hinted at the beginning, which are very peculiar to mud brick architecture and which can be further clarified from the ethnoarchaeological work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Maria. I don't think it's working, yeah. Thank you, Maria, again. I'm very happy to introduce now our last speaker of this session. Is the queen of the conference. I'm sure you all know her, Dr. Fatma Kesh, who did her PhD at the Berlin University, and she's been working a lot with also with heritage in Egypt and developing these discussions about domestic space and ethnoarchaeology. So thank you, Fatma, for everything.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Today, I would like to take you to explore the potential of ethnoarchaeological research to study houses, ancient Egyptian houses, and ancient Egyptian settlements. Therefore, I would like to take you to some examples and case studies of the work of previous scholars that have mostly impacted my own research. I would like to start here by the example of the study of Jacques Ivernel in Balad, where he did an ethnological research about the whole village and specifically the use of spaces by the inhabitants. What is most inspiring here about the work of Ivernel is that he studied the composition of the whole settlement, the distribution of spaces, how the spaces are used by the inhabitants at certain times of the day, at certain times of the year, and at also special occasions. How simply the spaces are used in the daily life of the people, how they move in between the houses. I was especially inspired to see in these photos different examples of how people use installations in between houses in the spaces that, as we saw in previous presentations today and in the previous days, how can we evaluate these spaces as private or public or shared, or how can we define them? But we can see that, as I will mention further, the ethnoarchaeological examples help us to have different interpretations of these spaces. Like we can see here in the first photo on the upside right, a mastaba and the man sitting outside the house, people moving. We can see also how in some cases in the bottom left, how the people use the outer walls of the houses to leave some graffiti or inscriptions of different meanings, of different messages, making use of the more public spaces of the village. Another, as I like to describe this work as monumental contribution in ethnography and also in architectural documentation of modern villages in Egypt, is the work of Nassim Hanain and Mary Girgis, a little village in Sohag. And until today, this work was done in the early 1970s, and I always quote it, and as we saw it quoted in different previous presentations of the conference, it is the major reference of studying through ethnographic work a modern village, and study its spaces and study the use of the different areas, also how to relate the daily life of the people to the landscape, the general landscape, the natural landscape of the area where the village is placed. And this is what is most inspiring also in the work of Nassim Hanain, that he starts his study on understanding the natural landscape and how people made use of this natural landscape to distribute their own spaces. From viewing different examples of villages, of modern villages specifically, like Biga, like the modern village of Elephantine, Balat by Jacques Ivernel, Mary Girgis by Nassim Hanain, I think we can propose some similar patterns of the width of streets, as we can see, of the use of installations on some of the streets, which are the spaces outside of the houses, which help us better view and better understand the dynamics of inside and outside spaces of such settlements, and how can we propose tools of interpretation to help us better understand the ancient settlements and houses. What is also inspiring in this example from ancient Elephantine on the left side and modern Elephantine on the right side is that we can see somehow similar width of streets. And also in the photo on the left, this area was excavated by Cornelius von Pilgrim in the 80s and the 90s, the 1980s, 1990s. And he already proposed that on the left side of the photo, this structure might be a bench, which takes us to look at the photo in the center of the slide to see an actual wooden bench outside one of the houses of modern Elephantine. But I also use this slide to confirm that my suggestions of using ethnoarchaeological research is not at all to impose that we must have the same similarities in the ancient studies, in the ancient case studies and in the modern case studies. It's just a way to propose different uses of inside and outside spaces. I would like to share with you some of the results of my own research on the island of Biga, which was the core fieldwork of my PhD research. And I use the chance to thank Joanne Rowland, my PhD supervisor, for her guidance throughout my research. The island of Biga is located nearby the new and the old location of the Temple of Fila in Aswan. And to study this big island, modern island that was constructed in the 1930s and inhabited until the 1980s, it was a challenge to have this big village and remains of houses at the time that I had this chance through a project with the German Archaeological Institute to study these spaces. This village was already abandoned. So it was also a challenging case study. It's in between. Yes, it's a modern case study, but at the same time, it's abandoned. So it has this aspect of ancient and modern at the same time. To study this, I propose to have a methodology that combines archaeology to ethnographic research. For the archaeological research, it was important to have different levels of the open spaces. So we must study the open spaces on the level of the settlement. And also, I was also interested to study the spaces, the open spaces inside the houses. For the study of the spaces on the level of the village, as we can see, we started in this project by documenting an architectural documentation through a very basic map of the houses that we can identify, and we divided them into almost 22 houses. Throughout the first 2 seasons of the project, I tried to understand the distribution of open spaces in between the buildings that we identified as houses. And I tried to explore the possible uses of these spaces. As you can see in the photo in the center, I suggested some uses here as the pathways where people moved, the trash dumps areas. Also, we can notice the location of the terraces of the houses. And this is important to notice that they are all located to the northeast to catch the breeze, the fresh breeze, since we are here in a very hot climate throughout the whole year. From understanding the spaces on the level of the village, I took this to try to reinterpret and restudy the streets of ancient Elephantine, and specifically during the Middle Kingdom. We see that already previous excavators and scholars who worked on Middle Kingdom Elephantine proposed the division of the ancient settlement and the ancient town in the Middle Kingdom. And I tried to look at both plans and the results of my own research on Biga and on how this can help us understand the possible uses of these spaces further to the previous suggestions of previous scholars, especially in what relates to the different categories of streets, the different installations, the evolution of the street in relation to the natural landscape. And I think that we can also propose a better contextualization of the use of spaces at ancient and modern Elephantine, as we saw already some proposed similarities in the previous slides. Also on the level of the village, we can identify some spaces that are related to some activities performed by the inhabitants. For example, we can see on the photo how they used the open spaces. We can see the water installations like the shadouf, like the channels. We can also notice the use of the outer walls, as we saw in Balot, to leave graffiti or drawings or inscriptions. Or in some cases in between some houses, we see some food storage installation to keep the cooked food in good weather conditions. Here I go back again to Mari Girgis by Nassim Hanain, and how he could take us from the outside to the inside open spaces, and how he could also understand the dynamics when the people use the outside spaces to move in the village, in the settlement, and how they also, in some cases, as we saw in the presentation of Claire with the modern examples, there are no specific limits in between 2 neighboring or 3 neighboring houses, and people even use the outer space, and it can be considered as an extended open space of the house. But he specifically focused also on understanding a very important space in the modern domestic villages, domestic architecture in the villages in Egypt, which are the open courtyards. Here, based on this inspiration and my work on Biga, I try to propose a reinterpretation of domestic courtyards in ancient Egypt. As we can see here, the example on the left, there are already houses that were described as courtyard houses, specifically in this case from Middle Kingdom Elephantine by Cornelius van Pilgrim, where we can see the court in the center of the house plan. We have in these 5 examples. And as we saw also here in the architectural models, I prefer to call them architectural models to be careful. But also, as we saw in the presentations by Marwa and Marisol, that was very inspiring to me to see the suggestions of how we can read these models. I clearly see an open courtyard in these examples and others. What is the courtyard? And these examples from different modern Nubian villages, we see different categories of open courtyards of different sizes, of different uses, as we will see later. And we can simply define, for the purpose of this presentation, that this is an open space inside the premises of a house, mostly not covered, not without a roof, but in some cases, as we can see here, it can have a partial roof, a partial covered area. In this photo from the work, another monumental work by another scholar, Hassan Fathi, and his team for the documentation of many of the Nubian villages that are now submerged under the water. They documented a huge number of villages and houses. And as you can see on this photo, the most eye-catching example of the space, of the domestic space, is the central open courtyard. In these 5 houses, we can see that the major space of the house is the open courtyard in the center. This is attested further through the different architectural plans of different houses of the villages that they documented in their notes and in the different photos as well. Another scholar is Omar al-Hakim, who was one of the younger generation after Hassan Fathi. He also studied many of the Nubian villages. And he went a bit further to say that the open courtyard is not just a space in the Nubian house, but it is the heart of the Nubian house, where most of the activities, the domestic activities, happen. What about the courtyards of Biga? During my fieldwork there, I tried to view these courtyards through different categories, different sizes, based on their equipment, their installations. As you can see on the photos here, this courtyard from house 22 with the very obvious built-in mastaba. Another courtyard here that I describe as entrance courtyard because it's located just next after the entrance to the main entrance to the house. And another important open space, which is here the example from house 10, which is the front terrace. How can we identify the function of the open courtyards? I propose the different functions based on the different factors, the location, the size, but also on the equipment and the installations found at these open courtyards. Like, for example, we see that the open courtyard was the space in the house where people left decorations and graffiti of different meanings, like here the graffiti that commemorate the travel of the pilgrimage, al-Hajj, to Mecca. We can see here many examples of grinding stones found in the open courtyard. Also, we can see here strong attestation that these courtyards were a seating and also sleeping area in some cases based on the mastabas and the beds found there. And the open courtyard is the main space where people store water and food. Through this example and this section drawing above the slide, I would like to show you how the understanding of the natural landscape help us to see how the people embedded their own houses in the natural landscape and made use of each and every centimeter available for them, and how this can also help us understand the use of the different spaces and specifically open spaces. The analysis of the data of understanding the open spaces inside and outside the houses helped us not only to categorize the different open courtyards or the different spaces, but also to better understand the practices and the installation in the open space. Also to suggest that the houses can be grouped into different clusters based on their location, based on their understanding of the use of the function, but also based on this idea of how people use the shared spaces between them, which helped us to as a documentation or as an evidence that these neighboring houses were maybe of the same family, which was attested by further ethnographic research through interviews with some of the former inhabitants of the village. Also, I could propose different categories of houses according to their open courtyards and better understand the factors that affect the use of open spaces, social factors, practical factors, and here, like we saw, the aspect of privacy in the houses cited by different colleagues in the previous papers. We can see how in this plan, through the color code from the darkest to the lightest color, we can see that the darkest are the most private areas of the house until we see the most public spaces, which are the front terraces. This can help us definitely reinterpret the open courtyards of ancient Egyptian houses, and specifically here, I show you an example of the Middle Kingdom houses from the town of Wahsut, and then also from other examples from Lahoun, where there are different open courtyard spaces, but especially the central courtyard is the space where the excavators of the site of these sites proposed already similar functions as we saw in the ethnographic record. Based on my study on Biga Island, I suggest the presence of these categories of courtyards in these Middle Kingdom case studies, Lahoun, Wahsut, Tel Dab'a, and Elephantine. And I also could propose, beyond the understanding of open courtyards, that each feature of the layout can inform us a different and additional information, like the understanding of the open space, for example, help us to see how the people adapted the natural landscape, as I explained, how, for example, the shape and the dimension take us to understand the capacity of these spaces, how many people, how many equipment I can put in. And as we can we can also understand the accessibility, the patterns of accessibility of the space. Can we propose a methodology based on all what I showed in this presentation? I think that the modern ethnographic record has a huge potential to propose different ways of interpreting the ancient Egyptian houses and the ancient Egyptian settlements. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Fatma. Thank you, all our speakers. And we are now open for questions. Julia?
Yeah, many thanks to all. I would have a brief comment or question to the first speaker, to Anne-Claire. Having worked with stone, like doorways made in stone, inscribed in the New Kingdom, I was just wondering, I mean, probably you took, as I understood you, the Al Medina as a very specific case study, and maybe it's just worth to mention that what you said is kind of creating identity, that they kind of used the name of the original owner in the doorways, is actually something very, very special, because in ancient Egypt we only have it at Amarna for obvious reasons, and at the Al Medina, and at all of the other domestic sites we have a very, very quick and fast reuse of the doorways with the names of the owners in other domestic buildings, including also the reuse of royal things. So probably you are nodding, so you are aware of this. It was just a brief comment, because this is another thing that adds to your system, that the community of the Al Medina was really something very, very special and very keen to create their own identity. Yeah, so thank you so much.
You're definitely right. I mean, it's my case study because I work there and I can experience the field. But this was also a way to show how a Al Medina decoration can turn a house into a home, and that's what one of the means. But I'm fairly aware that everywhere else, no, we don't have the same. But thank you.
Yeah, I've got two questions. The first is for Fatma. Thank you very much for the three of us for this very stimulating papers. Do you consider that some open spaces between houses could be the place of former abandoned and cold collapsed houses? And what, did you understand the?
No, can you please repeat it?
Do you consider that the space, the open spaces between houses, could be the place of former houses now abandoned or collapsed?
Yes, well, I tell you about the case of Biga. This was not exactly the case. The case that was the spaces in between houses was or simply for people to use for moving or for an extended open courtyard. This is what I even suggested in my PhD, that these are outer courtyard of the house. The abandoned houses in the case of Biga, they were completely abandoned and left to decay. And yeah.
And they were not used as open
Not at all,
space.
not at all.
Because I saw this in West Africa.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. And the second question is for Darren Medina, but also for your case study. Do you consider the roofs of the houses too fragile to bear any activity area? Must we consider them as main domestic spaces, such as in Chalcolithic Anatolia or the Native American Southwest?
In the case of Biga, there was no use of the roofs of the houses, except to keep the discarded material to recycle.
Yeah.
And that's it, but nothing else happened on the roof in Biga. But in other Nubian villages, sometimes they use the roofs as an extra seating or sleeping areas, like in Gharb Aswan, for example.
Yeah.
This is the example I know. I leave the answer to Anne-Claire.
Thank you. For Darren Medina, unfortunately, Bruyère did not exactly record what he found in terms of collapsing. So we suppose usually and traditionally that there were not a second story or a first story. I don't know from the English perspective or the French one. Anyway, but maybe some light structure for storage, for maybe keeping some chickens but I mean, there's no archaeological evidence of it. And some people say that the inhabitants were sleeping during hot summer nights on the roof. But once again, it's maybe something that we conclude from ethnological observation, but we don't have, firm evidence.
I have a question for Anne-Claire. I love your talk. I found it very inspiring. And well, since the necropolis is the city of the dead, and it somehow is a mirror of daily life city, not only ethnoarchaeology, but also the necropolis can be a good source for comparison for settlement archaeology in a way. There, the tombs are very much personalized, and then they try to become a home for eternity of the owner. Not only we have the names on the entrance of the tombs, but it's interesting that the courtyards, actually the courtyards of the tombs was the place where life took place. And for instance, the banquet during the beautiful Feast of the Valley supposedly took place outside the tomb. So, and it's interesting to see the possible parallel between public spaces in cities, in settlements, and open spaces in the necropolis, and to realize that they are not like open spaces, but they are communal spaces, and is where the life really took place. And I think in the necropolis, for some time we have made the mistake of leaving aside the open courtyards because they didn't have inscriptions or things like that, but it's actually where the life took place. And in settlement archaeology is actually the outside maybe was more a home than inside, no? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jose. Beyond this, and Dar el-Medina again is very special. You were really right, Julia. I have noticed some mirroring effect from the village to the necropolis. For instance, the family cluster that I have identified in the village is completely mirrored by a similar family cluster in the necropolis, on the south of the necropolis as well, with the tomb of Senedjem, with the tomb of Khaberenet, with the tomb of Parahotep. And these three people basically are the one who were supposed to once owned the houses that I highlighted. So it's, but again, it's Dar el-Medina. They have a constant reminder of the dead under their eyes. I'm not sure we can say that from every settlement. So that's a very particular case study, even more so than we have texts and textual documentation to support the archaeological evidence. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for all speakers. My question is for Anne-Claire once again. Thank you for highlighting this emotional aspect of the house, the intangible aspect of houses of ancient Egypt. And since you mentioned clusters of family houses, is there any evidence of family celebrations in communal activities, especially in these clusters? I know it's hard to find them, but maybe you have something in mind or something to suggest?
Archaeologically speaking, no. I was highly inspired by the fact that I got friends with some people living in the nearby mud brick villages. So seeing them living, experiencing their way of life in a similar structure, basically, made me think about social dynamics. But very honestly, we can only imagine. We don't have much evidence, and when we have evidence, it's often without context. So for the sake of the archaeologists,
thank you.
I won't go far.
A question for Fatma, and also another appreciation for your conference. I just wondered if you're doing ethnoarchaeology today, do you find any interest or sort of what kinds of questions you get from modern Egyptian communities about how the ancient Egyptians lived, and if there are parallels that they want to know about or talk about?
Thank you so much, Wendy. This is a huge question. Yes, we get asked this almost every day from friends and family and everyone who has an interest in finding these continuities between ancient and modern Egypt. Some people even go very far that everything that we have today must come from ancient Egypt, which I personally don't believe, of course. The people mostly ask about the daily life, especially because this is the thing that we know the least about. So they are very interested to know what they ate, for example. I don't know if Minna is here. No. How they spent the day, for example, preparing the food, what tools they used, what do we still use until today, all these kind of questions. And I use the chance that my friend Amira is present in the room because she has a special interest, and she did a lot of work on this. On these aspects of continuity based on her work on the heritage section for Al Ahram newspaper. I don't know if you want to comment on this.
Hello. There's a reason why I'm sitting very, very back.
This is what friends are for, Amir Malish.
Okay. Allow explain my gratitude for this conference because this is what I've been doing for the past 11 years plus, is to put things together. The intangible heritage. And the definition of intangible heritage is like the continuity. What the group of people decided that this go on for the future generation. And yes, most of things, no matter how far I try to shy away from the fact that Egypt or everything started out there, but yes, everything I reported or edited went directly to this direction, lean to Egypt, because Egypt actually the gateway of the world. Lots of people came and left, and the secret of it is like they left and made marks. Endless stories, okay, millions of stories, but the stories were forgotten, but the impact and the morals of such stories still live to date. And this is the idea of intangible heritage, which means like the story behind the pyramids, the story behind the any artifact, what happened. And I think putting this all together, having you all here in the same room, my life easier, because when reporting about this, I have all perhaps the whole world need to look at things differently, because UNESCO, I don't know how far before that, but UNESCO divided intangible and tangible. So to be able to focus, and focus on the little details, and but I think now is the time to put them all into perspective. Like you can never talk intangible heritage is very tangible, because the stitches and the talks and the way we walk and the way Egyptians are still living outside, and courtyards are very important up to this moment. It is replaced sitting on the streets, and perhaps the famous sitting on the balconies, and the talks among neighbors. And on the, I don't know what you call it, internal the house. It's a whole thing that is still going on. Not only in villages, you'll have it like in houses like here. This house has its own history. And I was just thinking maybe we can collaborate and highlight it. It has the story of the woman who the whole neighborhood was named after her, El Munira. Has lots of hidden gems, and the library, and everything. So I believe in the continuity, that we're all very great people are studying, because it's very important, and it tells us who we are as Egyptians and as humans, and what connects us all. And so I'm very impressed, and I'm very grateful that I'm here, and keep doing this, please. Thank you very much.
Do we have another one? Oh, we have online. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, we have a few people online. Cynthia asked for Dr. Selmas. Would you consider the workmen's huts between Deir el-Medina and the Valley of the Kings part of the circles of home, at least for the male members of a household?
Yes, I do. It's what I've called in an article an extra domestic an extra lift space, extra domestic zone. But yes, I would consider that as a home of sorts, at least for part of the community, because only the workmen accessed the Station du Col and the workmen's hut and the Valley of the Kings.
Cynthia also asked, how do you consider the designation Child of the Tomb at Deir el-Medina in your analysis?
I don't.
That is fair.
Well, I mean, it's about space, so I don't think that this title would bring much information on space. And the word tomb with a capital is the same that the place of truth, actually. One of them is used in a so-called official monument, and the other one is used in documentary ostraka, papyri, etc. But no, well, Czerny maybe is better positioned to answer the.
And we also have your.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. I have a question or two for Fatma, of course, and I'm quite happy that we share common interest in streets in ancient and modern Egypt. So I'm going to keep it short. My first question concerns the methodology of the ethnographers you were referring to, because I was interested in knowing how do you see the impact of their own identities, such as gender, or them being Egyptian or foreign, of this status or the other, on who they can approach to in their ethnographic research. Because I'm quite sure that, you know, an Egyptian woman or an Egyptian man, or, you know, a foreign woman or a foreign man does not have access to the same groups within the communities. So that would be my first question. And what would be your experience, because you also did ethnographic work? My second question concerns the materialities, because you have nicely shown some of the examples concerning benches, for example. But I'm interested also in like the treatment of material culture in most broad sense, like how things get broken on the streets, how people stomp on them, what do the animals do? Did you record, you know, the activities of dogs or rats or mice or anything else than humans, so to say? Thank you.
Thank you, Urosh, for two important but difficult questions a bit. Yeah, for your first question, yeah, I mean, I cannot tell you precisely how the scholars that I referred to, how their own identity impacted the research. To be honest, I cannot tell it. I'm sorry. But I can reflect on my own experience and tell you that yeah, maybe it was easier that I speak the same language, for example, for the people that I had access to interview. Of course, this is an added value, but this can be also accessible for people who can improve their own Arabic language or the language of any culture they study. It's a privilege for me, but of course this is open to anyone who has this interest. And here I would like to share with you an inspiring story of Dr. Armgard Gugrauer. I'm sure many of you know her. She's an ethnographer, a German ethnographer who worked with the Survey of Nubia in the 1960s. And who did not only speak Arabic, but she spoke Nubian. So she went so far away that she had an interest for her own PhD research at the time to be as accurate as possible. And she learned Nubian to be able to understand the people and their own culture and language. So yes, it is a privilege for any native scholar in Egypt, but at the same time, it's not an exception. So the floor is open, ahlan wa sahlan, for everyone who need to do this research. And for your second question, can you remind me? I'm sorry about the street.
Yes, so you showed some of the examples of materialities such as benches and that people are sitting on them, and then you showed some older photos of previous ethnographic research. Then you showed your own photos of archaeological contexts and modern benches in your own research. But I'm interested in other forms of materialities, such as how do objects break on the street? What do people do?
Yeah.
Where they throw them away, how they clean, so to say, the street space. Do they push it on the sides, or do they remove the material somewhere else? How do they stomp on it? You know, I'm simply interested in these very mundane things, and also the impact of non-humans, such as, for example, animals, dogs, mice, rats. So anything else which we can find on the street nowadays.
Thank you, well, in the case of Biga, in the study of the open spaces on the level of the village, I could identify specific areas where people dump their trash. And I identified this on the map I showed briefly in my presentation. And I could see that it was intentional, but it was also somehow that the natural landscape helped in this, because these were the natural slopes where due to the wind, the trash accumulated as well. But I think people also made use of this and put intentionally their own trash that they will not reuse, because answering the earlier question in the discussion, that people use the roofs of the houses to put the material that they might recycle. And the community of Biga, and this was the case in other Nubian villages also, they are very ecological because they live away from everything. They live on an island. So they basically recycle everything they can recycle. So the fact to find decayed material or things that they didn't want on the street was actually rare. We did find this on Biga because it was abandoned anyway. People didn't live, but in other cases where I visited for comparison, in other villages, the people usually don't leave their stuff unless it's dumped in the areas, the specific areas where they dump the trash.
Thank you
I
very
hope
much.
I answered the question.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I have a question for Dr. Selmas. In your opinion, I notice, okay, with Deir el-Medina may be a very unique case, but with the way that it's enclosed, how, in your opinion, what kind of, does the language beyond just characterizing the community, how much does it actually represent, like when you look at Per, you look at it as an enclosure, and you look at how Deir el-Medina is enclosed, that the concept of home may already be ingrained in the language as a community to begin with?
I'm not sure you can make a comparison between the enclosure wall of a village and the hieroglyphic sign Per, because actually probably almost every villages were enclosed. So, and this enclosure is not defensive, it's more functional, and it's a way of basically showing the outsider, this is private territory, it belongs to a specific community, but I won't go that far in comparing or trying to make a connection with the hieroglyphic sign. Because the hieroglyphic sign, the way it's traditionally interpreted, is the ground plan of a house and not a village. Newt would be more, the Newt sign would be more appropriate, I guess.
Two comments I would like to make. One, the modern village of Drabu El Naga was demolished in 2006, 2007. And we happen to have the remains of one house on top of our site. And we have scanned it and documented it. But after Fatma's talk, I think we should take care of it in a much thorough way. So it was very inspiring, your talk, and I think we should take care of that house in a better way. And the inhabitants of Drabu El Naga were moved to New Gurna in a public housing area. And it's actually a very nice case of public buildings and how they quickly were transformed by the individuals, and in all sorts of ways. So it's a nice parallel of what could have happened in Deir el-Medina years before.
Aaron?
Just a little thing, mostly for Fatma, but maybe for everyone else as well. And you've probably read it, but this work by Mena Arkar, do you know of her? So she's a Mena Arkar. So she's
yes, yes, of course, yes.
Yeah. Okay,
yes.
good. I was just going to say, because it sort of links into what everyone has been asking, because she's a Nubian architect and she goes into, and she also doesn't consider what she does ethnography because she's going to talk to her own family and friends.
Okay,
So she's got that sort
interesting.
of perspective, but she's got that really interesting article about how their communities have manipulated, I guess, the new settlement that has been made for them to go to, but they don't like it and it doesn't work in the way that they understand a space should work. So they change it, and they do things to the outside spaces. So I just thought it sounded like,
Yeah, thank you for the comment. Yes, of course. To be honest, I didn't read her work in detail, but I know generally about her thoughts and about this idea. Yes, that unfortunately the spaces that the new villages offered to some of these communities were not suitable. I totally agree, which is not our discussion today, but this confirms to the idea how how we should study the communities in their original spaces, in their original where they adapted the nature and they created their own home. Thank you, Aaron.
Thank you, Dr. Fatma, for this very interesting lecture. And actually, I'm so happy to see that live because already for the trays, I deal with them in my research as a courtyard because in my opinion, as you said, it was very important part for the house. And even it's like the actual house, like I see live, because some of the trays really has the two parts, especially for the part of the living part. Actually, inside it, sometimes we can see coffins. In the other times, we can see the statue and also the chair. And in the courtyard, actually, we see some of the rituals happens. Even it's mixed because in this time for the Middle Kingdom, already in the scenes we can see that mixed. For the purification or also for slaughter the ox, it's mixed in the scenes. And this is emphasized very important part in my mind come right now, that for the trays itself, they did it by themselves because they did it like what they live in the actual life, to be in the afterlife, but the use is different. But typically, what they live in their life. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yeah, you confirmed my doubts about the soul houses. Thank you. Yeah, right. Yes. Okay. Thank you, Marwa.
Right. Well, we are about time. So I think we had a wonderful, inspiring session before lunch, and we can catch up on that during the break. And I would like to thank Maria again for being with us, all the online attendees, and thank you all the speakers here. So shall we thank them together? Thank you.
Okay, everybody, I've been given permission to start the session when people are ready. Right. Okay, it's all right. We're quiet now. All right, so it's now 2 o'clock, so we'll get started with session 8. I should not stand near the speaker, which is on the theme of religion in the house. A slight program change today. The fourth speaker, Renan Lemos, is not able to speak today because he's not well. So instead we have 2 in-person talks and then 1 pre-recorded lecture, I believe. So we'll start very quickly, promptly at 2 o'clock with our first speaker, Professor Dina Ezeldin, and I have the notes on my phone, but my phone is now locked. So Dina has a PhD in Egyptology from the Faculty of Tourism and Hotels at Alexandria University, and she's currently Vice Dean of the Faculty for Community Service Affairs and Environmental Development. And today she will be speaking about domestic altars, cultic spaces for private religious practices in New Kingdom houses.
Thank you so much, Aaron. Okay, can you hear me well? Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I'm so delighted to be here today to be participating in this conference. Thanks a lot, Dr. Fatma, for the organization, the IFAO, the Polish Center. So after having discussed during the past few days sessions and presentations about the house in ancient Egypt, about how it was furnished, what did the ancient Egyptians eat, how did they cook. Now it's time to talk about religion in the house. So my presentation is about domestic altars as cultic spaces for private religious practices in New Kingdom houses. So we are dealing mainly with domestic religious practices, what we call household religion or personal piety. These are religious activities within a household setting for expressing and addressing the concerns of everyday life. The sources are mostly indirect, unfortunately, and unevenly distributed across time, and they become more eminent from the New Kingdom onwards. So our understanding about household religion is based mainly on textual sources in the form of spells of healing and protection, offering and dedicatory texts, and private letters, and cult emplacements. This is material culture in the form of cult emplacements and objects from settlement sites. And of course, the greatest contribution comes from material culture. They were in the form of ancestors' busts, ostraca, domestic altars, false doors, shrines, niches, amulets, etc. And of course, here the main contribution was in the form of whether portable objects or the main settlements or the buildings themselves. Household religion focused on protective divinities such as Bes and Taweret, for example, ancestors worship, royalty or royal elite, local elite, state-level deities. These central practices were offerings and libations and conducting rites of protection and healing. My research aims are to trace back altars in pre-New Kingdom settlements, to investigate the types of domestic altars dedicated to personal religious practices in New Kingdom houses, and to analyze their description, decoration, orientation, their location inside houses, and of course, their interpretation. I tried to trace back the archaeological evidence of household religion, starting from the early dynastic period and the Old Kingdom, and some were found by Petrie at Abydos in the form of pottery figurines of animal and human figures, a cylindrical seal with offering inscriptions. Then we have some traces from the Middle Kingdom. The Middle Kingdom village at Lahoun has presented a rich assemblage of domestic cult items, including figurines of divinities, offering trays, ivory clappers, plastered linen face, probably of Bes. We have Another site, which is Lisht, mainly we have many traces from the late Middle Kingdom, early Second Intermediate period, the New Kingdom, and so on. Some middle-class houses around the ruins of the pyramid of King Amenemhat I have revealed an ancestor stela, animal figurines of domestic divinities, and possibly dwarfs. Some houses, like the one in the figure, had simple mud brick altars dating back to the 13th dynasty, and one house featured an altar with part of a limestone stela set upon it. The site of Qom el-Fakhri at Memphis had revealed in 2011 a house dating back to the late 12th, early 13th dynasty, where existed a set that illustrates a domestic space aimed for ancestors' worship. The altar of Qom el-Fakhri comprises a stela and an offering table arranged together. And of course, we have the figure of the owner, probably of the owner of the house and his wife. In the New Kingdom, we have some examples coming from the site of Medinat Habu or around the site. And at that time, the custom of building stepped house altars appeared in the domestic sphere. It was confined to the Theban area and Amarna. It may have been introduced at the end of the reign of King Amenhotep III at Malkata, and a group of houses of late 18th dynasty near the temple of Medinat Habu contained small podiums that are probably altars. So here we have some examples of houses that were found beneath the Temple of Ai, and we have like in the plan, we have a living room in the middle and a mud brick dais for the Lord of the house, M, and then we have a small mud brick altar. And specifically, so these are room number 1, 2, or house number 1, 2, and 3, and we have in house number 1, the stairs of the altar are well preserved. At Amarna, we have two types of altars. We have internal altars inside the house and garden shrines with altars. Around 1,000 houses were excavated at Amarna, giving us the largest corpus of material from any site. Internal altars consist of a small brick platform, as appears in the figure. Its perimeter marked by a low wall with a small flight of steps leading up to it, and a space probably for a stela or a statue upon the platform. Approximately 4 altars were found at Amarna, and the majority were located within the main city and the north suburb, but also we have some examples present in the central city and possibly the workmen's village. The majority are made of mud brick. They measure between 30 centimeters high and 30 centimeters and 90 centimeters high, and up to 1 meter wide. At least 15 of the altars have a rectangular base, but no attached stairs or a ramp. So possibly they didn't exist from the beginning, or they were not preserved. House altars at Amarna are generally found in the central rooms, and they are approximately about 22 examples in the central rooms and up to 17 examples located elsewhere in the house. Besides some traces of white gypsum plaster on some of the platforms, the houses do not have, or there is no evidence of decoration. Here we have some examples, or 2 examples of houses where the altar exists in the central room, where this is another example of a small room with a shrine-like structure, which is located in the southwest corner of the house. We have the house of Panahsi at Amarna, which is almost the most complete house there, and it contains, in the central room, there is a shrine, or the platform, the altar in the middle, and these are views of the stone altar. It's made of stone, not mud brick like the other altars, and of course we have a lintel with representations on both sides of the sun disk, and of course Akhenaten and Nefertiti. As for the second type, the Amarna garden altars, we have 46 freestanding shrines that were identified by Salima Ikram. They are located within the courtyards of private houses in the Amarna suburbs, and they range in form from very elaborately decorated multi-roomed buildings on raised platforms to small freestanding altars. Ikram had identified them or grouped them into 5 main architectural types: simple or bipartite, temple, altar, and miscellaneous shrines in different or various shapes. And these are some examples of type 1 and 2. On the basis of the inscription and the sculptural evidence that were associated with them, the shrines were dedicated mainly, like that of also the internal ones, to the cult of the royal family in their manifestations as part of the cult or the tribe of Aten, Akhenaten, and Nefertiti. Going back to Thebes, we have structures that were found in the village of Deir el-Medina, and they were alluded to. We have heard the name Liklo in many presentations. Sometimes they are referred to as elevated platforms, birth beds, box beds, enclosed beds, or altars. So about 68 houses were excavated in the village of Deir el-Medina by Bernard Bruyère in 1939, and they vary in size between 40 and 120 square meters, and they were constructed in a linear pattern. The first room was referred to by Bruyère as the room of the Liklo. And probably these rooms were named after or due to the similarity to the Liklo Breton or box beds of the late medieval period. And this was a type of bed that they were used for short naps, and then they were hidden or closed in a cupboard-like structure. This is the pattern given, or the drawing of Bruyère, and we have here at the beginning the first hall or the first room, which is the first overlooking the street, and then we have the structure which is called the Liklo, or according to Bruyère, or the platform that we are going to discuss. 29 Liklo were found in Deir el-Medina. They were most often found in the first room. 4 were also found in the second room of the house, and 1 in the third room. And we have, out of 29, we have 10 that had painted decoration. Bruyère had suggested that they were built after the reign of Thutmose III, but most scholars believe that they were built after the Amarna period, and most probably during the 19th and 20th dynasties. They were made of brick, and they measure approximately 1.70 meters in length, 70 centimeters high, and 80 centimeters wide. And we have to keep in mind these dimensions because they will help us in the interpretation. 7 shapes were identified by Bruyère, and the walls could be partial, okay, or reach the ceiling, and they were accessible via a stairway with 3 to 5 steps. As for the decoration, it could have been in the form of simple whitewash or panels with drawings. And here are examples of some of the decoration or the motifs that appeared. Of course, Bess was one of the motifs that appeared in some representations, dancing, playing musical instruments. One of the houses had a representation of a human figure, possibly a woman, standing on a papyrus skiff in the Nile swamps. Another one, a woman at her toilet. A fragmentary scene or painting from also one of the platforms in a house depicting the legs of 4 women. And they are also between the bases of 2 columns, and the shape of the chair on which the figure in the middle rests is closely comparable to chairs upholding breastfeeding women, which are preserved on Ostraka. And we have this known figure of a female musician surrounded by convolvulus leaves, and this is the original painting at the time of the discovery, and the lady had, so here maybe it's not clear, but a tattoo in the form of Bess. Concerning the interpretation of Deir el-Medina leak law or platforms or altars, box beds, we have some hypotheses, maybe which are unlikely. They were used for sleeping or resting, and this is not really feasible because sleeping benches were situated usually in the back rooms, and the small size, as I told you, about 80 centimeters wide, so it's not really realistic to use them in sleeping. Birthing bed or birthing places, usually traditional birthing places were not in the form of beds. As we mentioned before, or we heard before, that we have examples of birthing scenes or representations on stools or two bricks, and usually they were in outdoor buildings. Some hypotheses also talked about that these platforms were used for menstrual seclusion, and of course this is not accepted because of their nature, public nature. Some more accepted hypotheses that they have a gender role, maybe female-oriented as domestic space in Deir el-Medina, judging of course from the decoration. Also due to the decoration, they are thought of as being ritual areas or a space to celebrate fertility and childbirth. And also one opinion spoke about a safe place for babies or toddlers while mothers were engaged in work around the house. The front room of the village was a multifunctional area and most possibly an unroofed court, the part in front of the altar. And of course, the activities that took place in this room were female-oriented and were typical female activities in ancient Egypt, like grinding, animal keeping, spinning, and weaving. And the presence of some elements like offering tables and pedestals for the placement of ancestors' busts or stelae suggests a ritual use of the leek law. And here is an example of a house altar that was found in front of, an offering table that was found in front of one of the house altars. This is a figured ostraka from the Louvre. It was found at Deir el-Medina, and it shows Meret Seger on a raised platform before an offering table. If we analyze the structures at Amarna at Deir el-Medina, of course, owing to the lack of space, Deir el-Medina altars were placed in the front room instead of the middle one as in Amarna houses. Domestic altars have been associated with an ancestor cult at Deir el-Medina or worship of the royal family at Amarna, besides many other purposes, daily life ones. The Amarna structures, like those at Deir el-Medina, have functioned to celebrate successful childbirth. Female figurines were found in the same room as the altar, whereas no female-related imagery was identified. Similar sexualized or fertility paintings occurred in the front rooms of houses at Amarna. At Deir el-Medina, the leek law were probably a status symbol for the house owner, which anyone entering the domestic area would notice. As for the orientation of the altars at Amarna and Deir el-Medina, in houses of both sides, the orientation is not consistent. It's not always possible to determine the orientation of the altars from the published reports that were available. At Amarna, at least 14 are built against an east wall, 10 against a north wall, 8 against a south wall, and up to 2 against a west wall. Whereas at Deir el-Medina, we have a majority that are oriented against an east wall. And of course, this may reflect personal preference, space considerations, or practical reasons. To sum up, ancestors' worship in domestic context existed since at least the Middle Kingdom. Sexuality was linked to both domesticity and ritual, to procreation, childbirth, nursing, various life stages, death, and even beyond to the afterlife. The most noteworthy feature is the juxtaposition of secular and cultic elements of architecture in domestic context. Aspects of household religion manifest the communication between the living and the dead. Domestic cult installations such as altars suggest that individual piety was linked to state religion. If domestic altars or versions of temple altars. So it's evident that ordinary ancient Egyptians were attempting to reenact the activities that occurred on a daily basis in state temples. There is much we can learn about religious practices at home, about the deities involved in it, the underlying concerns, and even the domestic ritual space. And there's a lot that material sources can tell us about the household religion in ancient Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dina, also perfectly on time. So now we can introduce our next speaker, Iria Soto Castro, who has a PhD in cultural heritage protection from the University of Vigo. She has analyzed the impact of the Amarna period on religious practices in domestic settings and is a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Vigo and Universität Trier in Germany. And her paper today is entitled Personal Religion in Domestic Settings, an Introductory Study to Religious Practices at Karanis.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I would like to start by thanking Fatma Keshk, the Institut Français d'Archéologie Orientale, and the Polish Center of Mediterranean Archaeology for making this conference possible and for accepting my talk today, as well as to the rest of the speakers and participants involved in this conference. My presentation addresses the site of ancient Karanis as one of the sites included within my postdoctoral project on personal religion in El Fayum and interconnections with ancient Greek and Roman cultures currently in progress. Today, I'm presenting some descriptive aspects of Karanis, such as the previous research on the topic, a brief literature review, the features of the site, the types of houses that we can classify within it, and due to the time limit, I'm not going to discuss the identity of the population or define what personal religion is, but I hope we can address these transversal topics later on. Then I will be moving on to 3 examples of domestic units, House C45, C5051, and C57 in the area of Karanis Center. And afterwards, I will try to conclude with some parallels, analyze some distribution patterns, explaining the databases I'm trying to create and how we can use those data. And finally, I will be presenting some preliminary thoughts or ideas on the topic. So, summarizing this slide, there's not a huge number of academic publications exclusively based on personal religion at the site of Karanis. The topic has been addressed in the studies, but there's no exhaustive large corpus of the structures and objects that can be interpreted as cultic, in part due to the fact that the majority of the material remain unpublished. Nonetheless, we have academic PhD works about the topic. For instance, Herman Skinnath in 1937, PhD dissertation at the University of Michigan, Pagan Domestic Religion in Greco-Roman Egypt. Gotthard's senior bachelor's thesis in 1995 at the same university. And more recently, in 2013, Amy Jandek provided a first study about the identity and religious practices of the inhabitants of Karanis, comparing the site with Ephesus and Duropos. And in 2014, we have a related PhD dissertation at the site of Karanis by Bethany Simpson, addressing domestic examples that did not develop in isolation from the Roman tradition. She evaluated how architectural spaces reflect networks of social interaction at the household, neighborhood, and settlement levels. Apart from these PhD dissertations, we can complete the publications with the archaeological reports and derived from the excavations, mainly by the University of Michigan at the site, but I will be commenting on other different interventions at Karanis, by Arthur Boak and Enoch Peterson, published in 1931, that well complemented later on in 1979 by the unpublished material summarized and organized by Elinor Husserlman. We also have exhibition catalogs by the Kelsey Museum of Archaeology in Michigan and Ann Arbor, as well as monographs addressing not directly or directly the topic of personal religion, such as Nowicka, La Maison Privée, Wilburn with Materia Magica, Wendrick, Simpson, and Regoleri, Bernard Larabais, who commented more recently on the consumption of religion in ancient Karanis and also published about the female orants at the site. We also have many studies on papyrology at the site. Likewise, concerning the study of person and religion in Greco-Roman Egypt, other works by Bell, Bodel, Birkol and Malès, Campbell, Carlson are noteworthy. For a better understanding of Karanist urbanism and development, the works of Hugo Grenfell and Lucille Busser and Paola Davoli should not be omitted. And of particular note for this presentation, I must highlight Abdel Wahed, also with his publication about houses in Greco-Roman Egypt, arenas for ritual activity. So, focusing now on the site of Karanis. In 1890, Flinders Petrie visited the site and commented on the looting of the cemetery of Karanis. Later, Grenfell, Hugar, and Hund also were interested mainly in unearthing papyri and coins, which implied a series of limitations at the excavations at the site. The Institut Français d'Archéologie Orientale and the Cairo University also intervened at the site, the URU Fayum project as well. And in 1924, Francis Kelsey from the University of Michigan also initiated large stratigraphic excavations that were under James Starkey and under Bocan Peterson. More recently, the Karanis Housing Project is mapping the whole site, trying to locate some of the objects using ArcGIS technology. So the site of Karanis is located in the northeast corner of the Lake Karun, Moeris. As you can see, well, maybe you cannot see it, but it's here in the northeast corner of the lake. And it was, sorry, it's located in the Arsinoid Nome in the Heracleides subdivision. It was founded under Ptolemy II Philadelphus, and it was initially created for hosting Greek troops with mercenaries. It's a very fertile area, so it's believed that it was focused mainly on agricultural purposes. And the site has two temples, the south dedicated to Nepheros and Petesukos, and the north from Roman times. And it's believed that it was abandoned around the 6 AD. However, at the site, even though there are attested olive presses, it's believed that the crops of grain were the main focus of production. So this is a satellite image of the site. And we can distinguish several sectors. Karanis east, north, south, and west, but also the central area was damaged by the Sebahim, removing the mud brick for fertilizer. And the examples I'm going to provide today come mainly from Karanis Central. So Bocan Peterson assigned different levels of occupation from A till being the topmost, Roman times, but these are not very accurate in terms because the stratigraphy was mainly based on coins and papyri, not on architectural elements and on soil descriptions. So it's not, well, we have a lot of limitations at the site as we will be discussing later on. We can distinguish a classification of domestic properties, houses, the tower houses that have been already commented on in this conference. They are attested in the third intermediate period, generally consisted of several stories between 2 or 7, and with casement foundations. We have earlier depictions from the New Kingdom, such as in the TT 104, the house of Jehuti Nefer, but they are generalized in Roman times. We know them from these Ptolemaic Roman models, and this is a picture of the tower houses in central Karanis. We can also distinguish carrier houses, as in Papyrus Oxyrhynchus 232406, that it's believed to be depicting a carrier house, but some authors discuss that it could be it been suggested that it could be a tower house. So we can distinguish the entrance on the left as the pylon, the second room as a therion, and the third one was left undesignated. There's the presence of a staircase in the middle, and the obeliscus, which has not been identified. So papyrology and archaeology do not necessarily match, talking about the evidence, and that's another limitation for this study. We also have compounds distinguished by Bethany Simpson to designate properties that have no discernible tower structure but contain evidence of interior roof spaces, and villas organized around a courtyard as the main distributional cluster to the other interior spaces that require a larger property to be built in. So moving now to the data. I've been studying 15 examples of different houses where I analyzed the main objects that are susceptible to be considered as cultic when we have the information in which rooms they were identified. But there are several limitations, because when it comes with about fixed placement, it's relatively easier because we don't have to deal with the portability, but with objects, they are often decontextualized. Even though we know the room, we cannot know exactly how they relate to the structures or the items in their surroundings. So the first house is C45, and we can see from Karani Central, we can see in the picture on the left the main rooms where the objects were found. So in room B, we have a niche with Christian symbols, a palm branch and a sun depicted on it. On the stairs, we have a fragment of a hippopotamus figurine together with a pottery lamp. And in room A, there was several terracottas, including one depicting god Harpocrates. So here you are the niche and the watercolor replica from the Kelsey Museum of Archaeology, together with a terracotta rider. In house C5051, located also coming from Karani Central, we can distinguish as well several rooms. The majority of the objects are dated from level C, as the number of the house and the letter indicates. But again, these are corresponding to the designations provided by the earlier archaeologists at the site. Most of the objects were found in level C, in theory, and two niches were located in room A, together with two pottery lamps, a wooden floor lamp, and a stone altar. In hall C50A, in the figure on the left corner below, in the higher part of the house plan, we can see that there was found a female orant, together with several fragments of terracotta and other objects, such as several terracotta fragments. In the underground floor, in room J, there was another wooden doll. So we can see the several shrines as well. I forgot to comment on the most elaborated one and the cupboard niche that were found in room D. The alabaster head of God Serapis was found in the hall C50A, and the female orant comes from the room D, I think, as well. The final example, C57, also from Karani Central, contains the majority of objects concentrated in room E and H, as we will see. In room D, on the east wall, the larger room marked in red, is a larger domestic shrine with other two cupboard niches flanking it. In room D, there was this incense altar classified, well, it's an incense burner, but it's classified as altar by Guthrie. So in the Amarna style, so terminology is also another problem to identify the objects. In room E, there was this statuette of god Serapis, Zeus Amun, with a tough crown and the bird, depicting its mature form. And in the same room, there was a sphinx that reminds to goddess Tutu, sorry, who appropriates military powers from the pharaoh. And in room E, or H, I don't remember right now, there was another female orant who's lacking the arms and the palms, and a relief of god Serapis with the calathos or the modius associated with the grain. So with focusing on specific data now, the domestic shrines and niches, female figurines, amulets, and other general cultic equipment such as tripods, lamps, and glasses may indicate cultic purposes, depending on the context, but once again, it's not easy to identify their possible function sometimes. So according to the type, cupboard niche, domestic shrine, I'm trying to associate some depictions of God Hieron, Harpocrates, which are very common at the site of Karanis, with these specific niches. Some of them, as we will see in the pictures, were more elaborated, others less, but in general, they have another associated items, such as the one in C5051, which contained an amphora in situ. With the female figurines, we can distinguish several types as well, and we can use GIS software to guess to specify their distribution in different layers of occupation within the site. So I'm creating several databases, and with the amulets, we can always distinguish which gods were worshipped or depicted, and also the materials. So I'm trying to combine the data available in the Kelsey Museum archives and databases with the GIS software in order to see if we can search for patterns of distribution. And finally, I will compare, we have some parallels at sites such as Dime, Sognopaionessus, and also in Kelly's, which is in the Dakhla Oasis, not in the El Fayum area. But we can find some examples of cupboard niches, like in area A, house 4, house 1, room 4, sorry, which have been extensively already published by Hope and Bowen. We can see the cupboard niches on the walls and pottery also located in situ. And in house 2, room 3, we can see the cupboard niches on the walls as well. And in the area, so-called area Villa, area B, house 3-1, room 1A, from the ceiling we have these two fragments of goddess Isis and god Serapis. So to conclude, with some preliminary thoughts, I would say that we have heterogeneity when it comes to talk about houses at Karanis. The term houses sometimes was applied to the buildings at the site, but it's not accurate because some of the buildings contain other facilities that can be reassessed as belonging to granaries or other type of buildings. I would say that religious practice in domestic sites is difficult to identify because objects are often decontextualized, but it's not the only way of presenting just the religious belief of the household or the owner of the house, but also the way that they saw themselves and tried to present to the visitors. And we do have depictions of Isis Harpocrates, Isis sucking Harpocrates, Tutu, Bes, Serapis, Amun, Zeus, which are often depicted in amulets, but also in decorations. And the orient females that has been largely discussed as female figurines or dolls or toys, there's a large discussion about this. So I will be trying to compile the data first and then in the postdoctoral research in the further years, trying to discuss all the transversal topics that are related directly or indirectly with personal religion. We also have traces of rituals at the streets and doors recorded by Abdul Wahed, for instance, in his monograph. We also have maybe connections with festivities such as Lignokaya or Sukia or Hippocratia, in honor, for instance, the Lignokaya in honor of Goddess Neith, but also popular in the Fayum area. And I hope to be able to address a more detailed discussion when it's appropriate. Thank you very much.
Because this one wasn't working. Yes. Okay, so our next paper is pre-recorded. Yes, and so while that's being set up, I will introduce the speaker, who is Cristina Lechuga Ibanez. She's doing her PhD at the University of Jaén and is a member of the Cubet El Hawa project at the same university. She has a bachelor's degree in the history of art, specializing in archaeology, and has a master's degree also from the University of Granada, also on archaeology. And the paper is entitled Pottery Offering Trays, Funerary or Domestic Artifacts.
Will make and finish 200. The pottery offering tray are artifacts. The pottery offering tray are artifacts. The pottery offering tray are artifacts manufactured with clay and handmade, or infrequently will make and finish to hand. These artifacts show several shapes, normally with an edge around. The shape can be rounded, quadrangular, oval, or horseshoe shaped, mainly. Besides, this object can show different items on their surface. Among them, there are meat, vegetable, basil, chairs, hoods, leather, table, columns, room. In this way, depending on the element in them, this artifact might be called surhouses. This type of offering trays is characterized by architectural models. Therefore, it is possible to identify two types: simple offering trays and surhouses. Regarding the role and origin, the offering trays have been considered substitutes of the stone offering table, and their function could be to provide offerings to the deceased for the survival in the afterlife. But the last researches suggest an independent origin. Anyway, the offering trays would be part of the ancestor cult, but could the function be different to prior one as well? For it is important to keep in mind the placement and quantity of offering trays found in domestic and funerary contexts, the society, popular belief, and compare with other artifacts. Regarding the chronology of the offering trays, they have been dated between 9th and 13th dynasty, but with an exception at the moment, which we noted later. As for the placement of the offering trays, the context is funerary and domestic one. In respect to it, we must cross data between both contexts. Thus, offering trays in funerary context are found in the public zone of the tombs, but also they are found in sad or burial chamber. However, these last places in secondary context due to the plundering and or the reuse of tombs. An example of it is the offering tray found in Cubetelhagua. In this cemetery, the offering tray were found as groves, or in contrast, they were found alone in the place together with other objects. In respect to the domestic context, the offering tray have been found in Ascut, Bugen, Uronarti, Mirguisa, Aswan, Karna, Laun, Comtuman, and Edbert Rusdi. Regarding the previous one, in Bugen, 34 offering trays and fragments were recorded. In Uronarti, 11 fragments. In Mirguisa, 3 fragments. In Ascut, 6 fragments. In Aswan, 1. In Karna, 4. In Laun, 3. In Comtuman, 3 fragments. And in Edbert Rusdi, 4. 1 complete and 3 fragments. Concerning period table, it is important to point out that the offering tray from Aswan was found in secondary context due to the fact that it was part of the pavement of the room. Regarding the fortresses of Bugen and Uronarti present the largest quantity of fragments of offering trays. Right? The cases of Karna and Edbert Rusdi have a similar situation. The offering tray and fragments were found in level down the temple, which belonged to domestic structure. Whilst in Laun, there is no additional information. So in general, from all the sites, the information is scarce. However, it stands out the records of this artifact and briefly some information about the context, about the reason of their presence in the site, some description of this object, and all pictures are shown at the publications. On the other hand, Comtuman is a particular case because of the preliminary chronology. These fragments, according to the study of the researchers, were dated between the late period and the Ptolemaic period due to the context. In addition, these fragments were compared with a group of offering trays from Petrie Museum, which were dated by Stephen Quirk provisionally. But further studies have verified that the chronology of the site was late period. This object, according to the author, resembled the Middle Kingdom offering trays and could have a similar use, or they could be used for benefit of the living. Anyway, this fragment would be part of the household cult. Thus, they would be significant to the study of the offering trays. The other significant case is Ascut. The offering trays found in this site allow us to know its space of use in domestic context. This due to the fact that these artifacts were located close to other cult objects and a domestic altar. Here, Smith mentions the veneration to the ancestor during the Middle Kingdom, and he pointed out to Bugen and Cahun cases showed the same circumstance. In this way, we can open this idea to the rest of the mentioned places. The case of Ascut shows at least 2 pottery offering trays, quadrangular and roundly shaped, and this might have 2 reasons. They are addressed for 2 different receivers, or only one person, the head of household, who would receive the 2 artifacts. In the last option, why did the dead receive 2 offering trays? If the function of the offering tray is to provide regular offerings to the deceased, only 1 offering tray is enough. Therefore, among all sites commented, it is possible to stand out Ascut and Comtuman as key sites, because they provide 2 different historical periods as for offering trays. In general, the quantity of offering trays found in domestic context is at the moment low. Probably the reason in some cases is the limited work area. However, if we compare the funerary context, it is the same situation during 488 years between the 9th and 13th dynasty. Concerning the household cult, it's possible to stand out two different cults, the gods cult and the ancestor cult. The second one, normally, it was addressed to the family heads. Since this point of view, the basic unit in Egyptian society was the extended family, which was encompassed by the father, mother, children, sibling, and self, but also patrimonial gods and other people without family ties were included, according to the statute of the head of family. Regarding the above, the members of the extended family keep an interaction with their dead family heads, who were considered active members of the household. This interaction was carried out through activity, ritual, or performance at the tombs, sanctuaries, or domestic space. So, it is so with the different artifacts found in the sites. Among these actions, it stands out the petitions that the living did to the dead, whose aim was the intercession of the deceased to solve some problem of their relative. In this point, highlights the collection of letters to the dead, which chronology is wide, late Old Kingdom, and continue until the 7th century. As for this group of objects, there are several types, and the main features is the inscriptions on them. It contains a text addressed to the dead, which show a petition of the living to them. Regarding these letters, the researchers stand out that many of them are writing on pottery libation bowls, plates, or jar stand, which would imply a symbolic offering. In respect to this, some of the letters are writing in hieratic, but others in hieroglyphics. Also, certain letters are designated as Peret Hruf because it is included in the text as compensation for the intercession. However, it is important to keep in mind the importance of orality in the Egyptian society. In this way, according to some authors, it might seem that many uninscribed objects found in different contexts, mainly funerary, might have the same object of the letters, but with verbalized petitions. As for the low quantity of letters, there is a hypothesis. The petitions found in situ were not solved, and the petitioner would have returned to repeat the request. On the other hand, if the petitions were resolved, the subject could be destroyed or removed because they serve their purpose, but even they could be substituted for offerings. Moreover, it should be noted that many letters are unprovenance, so it would not be correct to link all letters to the cemeteries. As for the location in the cemetery, if we review an example, the Kubet el Hawa necropolis, it is possible to find a global offering tray found by Idel in 93 tomb, which is possible to link with two burial at the courtyard. In this way, there are 5 offering trays for 2 dead. Another example at the same site is a pottery offering tray that was found in tomb 106, which saw a fragment of the above mentioned formula, Peret Hruf. So, the offering tray from Komtuma and Askut belong clearly to the household cult, and this is possible to extend it to other sites. The veneration of the ancestor and the interaction between living and death was carried out in houses, tombs, and sanctuaries, and the offering trays were found in 2 of these places. The offering tray would be presented to the head's household by the member of the extended family. This could be the reason for the presence of several offering trays in the same place, such as cubeta del agua or ascut. In general, the quantity of offering trays is low, relatively, and there are two different periods, from the 9th to the 13th dynasty, and on the other hand, late period at the moment. Regarding the later to the death, these are dated from the late Old Kingdom to the 7th century, and their quantities is low also. In addition, many letters are unprovenance, thus their content is unknown. Some authors point out that many uninscribed objects might be later to the death, but through the orality. Therefore, is it possible to ascribe to the offering trays the role of body budget in the system of the petitions of the living to the death? Also, might the offering trays found in all contexts be between the collection of the uninscribed object that might encompass the later to the death, but through orality? Thank you so much.
Very good. Yep. All right. So that now, as I mentioned, the fourth paper is not being presented because Renan's unfortunately not well. So we can now open the floor to questions for, I guess, our two speakers, because the other third speaker can't answer questions. So do we have questions for either Dina or Ilya? Yes.
Yeah, I have a question to Dr. Dina. That you mentioned in the houses of Amarna, there is two kinds of altars. Some of them is in the garden outside the house. So it's this might be to be linked to the cult of Aton, so to be directly linked with the god outside the house. Is that the reason for that?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thank you.
And also the internal ones, by the way. And the internal ones.
So it's a question for Iria. Did you see the material of Teptunis and houses of Teptunis? And are you know, it's very close to Karanis, I mean, the same region, because there is many information, not especially inside the houses, but you have to check if there is at least terracotta figurines. And, you know, I have worked a long time ago on this, but now it's Estelle Galbois. She's in charge of the material, and recently she's working with a ceramologist to see the connection between the pottery and the figurines in a cultic sense. So even if it's not found exactly in the house, but it's of course in the dump outside the house. So it's the same, I mean, it's so.
Thank you very much for your question, because, so I'm including Karanis as one of the sites to analyze in my postdoctoral project for the forthcoming years. And I would like to include Teptunis, Narmutis, Bacchias, and Socnopionesus ordime because of their conditions of preservation, so I will consider Teptunis definitely. At the moment, I'm just scratching the surface of the topic because my main background is in New Kingdom stuff, but I'm considering Teptunis as well. So I will be in touch. Thank you very much, because there's a lot of publications for each of the sites, and I would like to discuss many transversal topics related with personal religion I did not have the time to address here, such as definitions, but also connections with the dead, as it was commented in this section about religion. And yeah, I think I should consider all the different sides. And for me, it's quite a new topic. not topic, because personal religion, I think, is quite transversal topic in terms of continuity, maybe. But it's a different period, so I just need at the moment to organize my ideas and address in detail the topic. But thank you very much.
Thank you. A comment for Dr. Dina. Talking about house cults and so on, so you might be aware that it began well before the Middle Kingdom, because since in Balat we have already many evidence that I presented yesterday, among others. And also a remark we have made in the site is that we call it private cult or domestic cult, but at the same time what we remarked in Balat very clearly is that this appears in houses which are clearly close to a center of power or a cult center, a major cult center. As long as these things don't exist anymore in the environment, for example, as when the governorate moved, we have still domestic evidence, quite a lot. To the best of my knowledge, we don't have any domestic cult anymore. So what we call domestic cult, just like your altars, for example, for us appears to be something connected to the house, but is maybe something, you know, imposed from outside or connected to a way of life, in fact linked to some official position or performing some official duties.
Yes, actually, my research is focusing on the New Kingdom altars, but I wanted to give a brief idea about the examples of pre-New Kingdom. So it was just an overview about
The differentiation we make, and Dr. Lehner also was underlining things like that, between private and public or private and official, which is sometimes not so different as we might imagine.
Yes, but I don't get your point, actually.
My point is that, as you notice, your altars exist just in cities, which are, I would say, artificial settlements by the Egyptian government. And that's precisely in these places that you find these altars, and not elsewhere. That's it.
But
that was my idea from what you presented.
Okay. No, but we have other examples, like in Medinat Habu, for example.
Medinat Habu is not very far from center powers, I would say.
Okay.
Malaysia.
Maybe this is a point to study, of course. Thank you. Yes, I have to think about it. I'm still working on the topic, so maybe thank you for the point. Thank you so much.
For Dr. Christina about the okay, but something I want to add as a comment for the two points for discussion. Actually, if the offering trays as a wish votative object, actually we can see in the last one with the inscription that it has Imahu title, and it should follow by the deceased name or the name of the god. Maybe Osiris. So I am with her in this opinion, and actually from the variety object I see it inside the Egyptian Museum or other museums, we found some of the object, some of the trays has the person sit in a chair or stand in front of offering a small offering table, like altar actually. It's in Metropolitan Museum, this object, and it's in a figure like Osiris. So I am with her in the same opinion. Maybe it's a votative object from the living to the deceased.
Sorry. Just about the altars for both, because there's one that isn't published yet from the very beginning of the New Kingdom at Tel Edfu. So we found this in 2018. It's like a villa, but we don't know what it is. Some kind of housey villa structure type thing, where there were lots of ceiling pressures and things like this. But it was, and we have the name of the person, but I just cannot remember the name of the person. But near the corner of one of these parts of the houses, there was a room with a like a limestone lintel. So it wasn't raised like the ones you were showing. Had a limestone lintel, and then you walk in, there was a little one step up to this thing, and there was a scribe statue that had fallen face down, an ancestor bust that had all fallen, a wooden stela, an inscribed stela with the husband and wife figure, but their names and faces had been cut away. The foot emplacements for a wooden striding statue, and there was a door pivot. So it was like something that was a room with all of these things inside it. In Tel Edfu, yeah. So it hasn't been published yet, but I think there's bits and pieces in the Chicago, they published this notes and views thing.
Thank you so much for mentioning this.
But it's the very beginning of the New Kim. So it's something different, I guess, to these official settlements.
Yes, it will be a good example because it differs from the official examples.
Whereas this is probably the home of an official of some kind, but it's different but similar.
I will keep this in mind. Thank you.
It's also for Dr. Dina. Thank you for your interesting talk, very interesting. I was wondering about the leak law examples that you mentioned. Could they serve a different purpose than being altars? Like probably due to the convolvulus plant and the goddess, could they be dedicated to the 14 days that the women after giving birth, they are usually not isolated, but they usually spend 14 days in structures that Münster called Bauer, like a kiosk. Outside, but due to the nature of Deir el-Medina, there is no outside. So could they have served this purpose, but built within the house?
Actually, this was one of the hypotheses that were mentioned in some books, and it's not accepted because, as you mentioned, usually these places were outside the houses, and women waited there until they could be purified and then come back. So it's and also it's a small size. It's in the public area of the house, so it's not likely to be in the place, and also not the place for menstrual seclusion, as I mentioned. So besides being an altar, it also served in daily life, or maybe other, like I mentioned in the presentation, places for toddlers, for example, besides being for babies or toddlers because this is the female-oriented place of the house where all activities where women are involved, like grinding and weaving, and so maybe it has both sides, the religious or the cultic aspect and the daily life one. You're welcome.
Just a comment for Dina. You said that at the very beginning in your definition of a genuine Liklo from Brittany, and I'm from Brittany, it's not a daybed at all. It's basically a box in which you sleep during the night and give you some privacy, and during the day it's used as a cupboard. So it's not a daybed, and people who are not napping in the Liklo. Another thing about the elevated structure at Deir el-Medina, you can't basically the best argumentation against all the symbolics interpretation is that the stairs are so fragile and so narrow that you basically can go up on the Liklo. So the altar is basically the right answer. Yeah, you're right.
Yes. Thank you so much for the comments. The first definition, this is what I just found, and maybe I have to adjust it. As for the dimensions, yes, dimension and the nature of the structure is very fragile, and yes, it couldn't have been used for yes. So it was used to celebrate maybe childbirth celebration, not a place for birthing. Also. Thank you so much.
For Karanis,
I'd like to ask if there is a special room in the house of Karanis dedicated for banquets, for either for family banquets, funerary banquets, especially that there is a special hall dedicated for a funerary banquet in the South Temple of Karanis for God Sobek. So in the houses, there is, in the layout of the house, there is a special room dedicated for family banquets, public banquets, or funerary banquets in the houses or not?
Houses are quite different at the site of Karanis, according to what I have read up to now. Abdel Wahed includes Karanis as one of those sites he commented on. He talks about the triclinia, the aule, several parts of the house. But funerary realm in Karanis, I'm not sure if it's addressed within the houses. I need to deepen into that because there are several different stages that link the house maybe with funerary cults in Ptolemaic Roman period, but I'm not familiarized with that. For the parallels in New Kingdom, for instance, the focal points of the false doors with the dead, it's an interpretation of the second rooms of the houses in Deir el-Medina, but I don't know, in the case of Karanis, to what extent we can talk about funerary or contact with the deceased within houses as well. Regarding the cult to god Sobek within houses, Sobek was mainly worshipped, according to what I have read up to the point, with the temples, so the two versions, Neferos and Petesukos. But within the houses, the depictions are more based on Isis, Serapis, Zeus Amun, and the syncretism, and also with Harpocrates. That makes sense because they are the triad that is worshipped in Ptolemaic times. But we also have amulets depicting Bes and other gods, animals as well, falcons, lions, cats. What else? So I think Sobek it's more for the official part of the temples within the site, whereas in private settings we can observe different deities. I think Cornelia Rummer has an article about Hiron too, where she explains and tries to, well, she managed to do it, but she argues whether Huron in some depictions on ceilings or also associated with niches is Huron or is not Huron. And so these are the main depictions that we have. And in many cases, the problem in Karanis is that when we have these depictions, they do not necessarily match with the objects that are found in their surroundings, and the connection to be established between them is not clear, according to what I have read up to the point. So it's very difficult because we have fixed emplacements and we have portable objects. Of course, they are portable. They can be moved around. So, but if we need to make a guess, in some rooms, for instance, in I don't remember now the house, I think it's C450, 51, when we got some niches, and then I commented on the amphora that was placed within the niche. So if we establish parallels with other sites, despite the time span, maybe we can say, for examples in Nubia or in Tel Amara and Deir el-Medina, but also in Mirgisa, Askut, that our sites have been already commented as well. We have these pottery basins linked with the altars, and even some female figurines as well. So I think it's a difficult topic because of the limitations in interpreting the archaeological record, and we cannot be 100% sure, probably we cannot know with certainty whether these are clearly signs of religious behavior as well, because what makes an object cultic, it's very difficult to establish. Also, I have no time to explain personal religion or what I interpret as such, but it's believed to describe, according to Liselli, the intimate relationship with the gods that is conscious, and at the same time, it implies the desire and the selection of the gods that they are depicted within the house. So there's this inner connection between the individual and the gods. And well, I'm not sure if I have replied, or maybe I'm thinking too much, but this has been already addressed by many experts in different publications, monographs, and articles. And I think it's very difficult to compile all the evidence. So I hope in the future, maybe to deepen more into the topic and being able to provide an answer about if there are funerary practices, because the contact with the death can be also considered part of personal religion, maybe the veneration for the ancestors, and also the orientation to the cult of the family, fertility, childbirth practices. So, well, I don't know. So.
But in Greco-Roman Egypt, before transporting the mummy to the tomb, the mummy of the deceased preserved for a long period in the house, and the relatives of the deceased come to make like a kind of cult for the deceased in the house before transporting the mummy to the tomb. So sure, of course, in Karanis, the deceased preserved a kind of cult in his house.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I thought it was a question, but yes, of course. I mean, I have commented on Abdel Wahed, and he was explaining in his monograph as well these practices that at this stage for me is a not very known period. So, but thank you very much.
Any other questions from the audience? Anything online? Walid, no? Nope. Okay, so if there's no more questions, I guess we can break early and be back at what time is the next session starting? At 4. So have an extra extended break.
Is there someone in the room? No.
Hello?
Hello, hello, Fatma.
Hello, are you ready on? No, not yet? Hello? So, excuse me? Okay. So, now we come to the last session of this wonderful conference, and I'm very delighted to be chairing the last session. It's my own house, And we have very distinguished scholars talking about the topic. And I think our first topic will be online. We have Julie Masculier-Lorius. And she's, of course, she's a researcher in CNRS, Paris-Sorbonne Université, and she's talking about bringing the place of truth back to life too. So I think one was published in 2018, The Owners of Houses and Family Spaces. So we are welcoming Julie.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the Polish Center and the French Institute for hosting this event. And thank you very much, Fatma, for organizing such an inspiring conference. To introduce my presentation, I would like, I would like to stress a few points about this reassessment of what was called by Bruyère huisserie. These stone and even wooden architectural elements are parts of doors from houses, tombs, chapels, and cultic cupboards, set up, for instance, with ill-wall niches in private dwellings. To ensure the thoroughness and accuracy of documentation, I set up a scientific protocol which allows to verify all the data concerning an artifact. For this, I've had direct access to the artifacts, so more than 1,000 blocks, kept first on the site in a magazine, and now all moved to the Carter magazine. These fragments are characterized by their heterogeneity about their architectural, decorative, inscribed features. Some of them are only painted, and their size vary from a few centimeters to more than 1 meter high, and their weight from maybe less than 1 kilo to more than 100 kilograms. The village was not well preserved and very upset. The houses were all upside down, even before the Italian, German, and French missions started their work. The houses were finally abandoned, and we don't know exactly when, and if this was a gradual phenomenon. And maybe the stone material was taken from there and reused for building other monuments, as for tombs in the private necropolis beside, even if the inhabitants had moved to live in the not far enclosure of Medinet Habu. Many combs recovered the streets and the houses, including that architectural element left there were upset, damaged, and sometimes must have been disintegrated, left there were upset. Oh, sorry, not this. We have many levels, and so we know that people are leaving the settlement, but we don't know exactly when. And maybe they come back from time to time, even to have a look at their relatives in chapels. Then sand invades space. We have degradation, formation of combs, and we have a succession of interventions in the combs. We have some holes and excavations of the levels below, resulting in new upheavals. Then we have some excavations, and Bruyère made many campaigns attacking the combs from the upper part, and sometimes these combs were previously attacked, and so many upheavals, more and more. How do we know that? We know that thanks to the number of artifacts found during all the excavation in the village. Very few wooden doors were retrieved, even if all door leaves from doors in houses and cultic cupboards were made of wood, as the one found at the entrance of the funeral room in the tomb of Sennacherib that you must know. Some doors may have been made entirely of wood, as some little cultic cupboards, we have example of Naus, as were some door frames in burial rooms. The number of stone architectural elements from doors and cultic cupboards is not sufficient at all if we compare it to the number of houses and the number of doors, even if we take in account that all the passages were not closed, for instance, between the kitchen and another rear room. And only a very few of these fragmentary door frames were still in place. My analysis, including a paleographic study, shows that door parts coming surely from houses date from the beginning of the 19th dynasty. So, where is the material from the 20th dynasty? A few hypotheses can be proposed thanks to examples found in our documentation. Before the moving to the enclosure of Medinet Habu, if there were only one moving, first hypothesis, the inhabitants may have left some doors of their ancestors' houses from the 19th dynasty in place. If they weren't theirs, they just hid the previous text by covering them with white plaster. And I think this coverage is not preserved because of the sand, but I could have traces for it on a few pieces. Second hypothesis, the inhabitants may have reused some door fragments, but not at the same disposal. A lintel could have replaced a door jamb. A jamb could have been reused as a threshold. We have very few examples, but we know this is common on other sites. Third hypothesis, the inhabitants may have reused the stones by putting their names on it, with formulae, etc., as it was the case before, even on another face to facilitate the work. But no example was found in situ, so I think we can skip this hypothesis. After the moving of the inhabitants, they may have detached some door frames and moved them to the enclosure of Medinet Habu. Why not? Because the northern part of Medinet Habu has not been excavated yet. But about Julia Schmidt, who is in charge of the study of the blockyard of Medinet Habu, and I, it seems unlikely that it happened. Oh, sorry, okay. About the reassessment, we have insufficient data. Too little information was known by Bruyère about the site, and he used archaeological methods that are no longer used today. When he started his excavations, his knowledge of the settlement was based on the information he knew thanks to his first campaigns. So, coming only from a few monuments, especially those related to Senecem, his tomb, his family, his functions, and after that, his family house in the southwest corner of the settlement. He did not know the limits of the village and the disposal of houses, the organization of the living quarters, and even the location of the streets. He did not know how many people lived there and how many years. At this stage, he could not be aware of structural modification and of the succession of inhabitants in only one house during the Ramesside period. We still don't know. He did not know that many people could bear the same name. I would say, at this stage, he could not imagine that many inhabitants bearing homonymous names could have lived at the same place among less than 100 houses at the beginning of the Ramesside period. I especially think to the name Pashedu. That was a very common name at this time that could be compared to the name Mohammed, often chosen today among Egyptian children. We must also take in account that excavations do not follow a homogeneous path. They do not always concern adjoining arrays, and there were several teams working at different points of the settlement at the same time. Bruyère wrote the daily journal. I think he was helped by his wife, because we can remark some changes in the writing in the journals. to report all what was done and found during a day, a week, a month, a whole campaign. And he has come back to what he wrote and sometimes made some corrections when he was preparing his report. So, when an artifact is said to have been found in a house, it does not come obviously from this property. A scientific protocol has been written to check the data, and the primary sources of this protocol are the artifacts themselves, not the bibliographical references. They consist of thorough investigations. Let us now consider some case studies. First case study, the house Southeast 3. The chief workman Neferhotep II and his family did not occupy the house Southeast 3. We can read in many publications that the chief workman Neferhotep and his family, especially his wife Newebret, occupied this house. Let us explain the tenuous link between the foreman and this property. In 1933, Bruyère found a door jamb from a cultic portable monument bearing the name of Neferhotep, now kept in Cairo in excavating what he called the Eastern Comb near houses. About these combs that are partly backfills from the German excavation on the eastern part of the village, he says, they are very thick, about 2 to 3 meters high. In the report referring to the settlement excavations, published in 1939, this artifact is put in the paragraph trouvailles, so finds, related to the house Southeast 3, and is said to have been found near the enclosure wall. Note that Bruyère says that this house is not identified and that he never makes a connection between this property and Neferhotep and his family that could have lived there, even in his introduction of the report. This door jamb was found on 5th March at the beginning of the excavation of the Eastern Comb, near the road, beside many houses, but above them, maybe 1, 2, and why not 3 meters up to the ground of this quarter. The stela of Webret, most probably the wife of this foreman, now preserved at the Egyptian Museum Berlin, was determined on the internet site to have been found in D4, so in house northeast 11. But Müller, after Antes, did not find it in situ and did not work with stratigraphic principle, even if this stela most probably comes from one of the houses of the northeastern quarter. Second case study. 2 column sections, maybe belonging to the same column, were found in the house northeast 8, and an inscribed button bearing the name of Carr, most probably in this house too, and not in the adjacent one northeast 7, because Bruyère thought first there were 2 dwellings and numbered them again on his plan, but did not report his correction everywhere in his journal. The door jamb bearing the name of Carr and his wife is not decorated in the lower part. It comes typically from a house. The background of the inscriptions of this red door jamb is yellow. In his journal, Bruyère says about this piece, big limestone door jamb painted in dark red, found in the northeast houses of the settlement by Mr. Czerny in 1926. In the published report of this campaign, he groups all the blocks bearing the name of Carr on the same plate, entitled Limestone Fragment from Tomb 1126, but clearly indicates that it was found near the northeast quarter houses on the edge of the path in 1927. In the journal, he confirms that the door jambs come from this house, first number 7, as explained. At the end of the same journal, Bruyère wrote a paragraph about Müller's notes, that Antes borrowed him. And I think that the architectural element mentioned in Müller's note and also noticed by Antes is the same one, as the German mission had worked in this array before Queens started in 1921. And this house can be linked with the limits of their excavations in the village. Note that for the moment, I could not find a door jump of Ka in the registrar of the Egyptian Museum Berlin, just to have a look at it. In his reports, the two fragments of columns were not found in the same house, so he did not report his corrections. And the door gem change of status. And another gem from a cultic monument was found there. It bears the name of Ramos and is not surprising given the rank of these two members of the workforce. Both hypotheses come to mind. We can imagine that this fragment comes from a small cultural monument that his contemporary was most probably a friend of the fragment offered him, or this was dedicated to both of them. But it is possible that the house of Ramos was just beside Ka's one. Third case study. In a recent article that will be published soon, I studied the monuments bearing the name of Ipi and Mos. I proved that the house Northeast 13 could not be attributed to these figures, as the door elements used to justify this identification come from their forgotten tomb. In fact, two sepulchres have been confused. So we don't know at this stage of the study where they were living in the village, but we have clues that help to distinguish which one would be their children's home. On one hand, a door gem from the cultic cupboard bearing the name of Kenya was retrieved in the house Southwest 4, so not at its original location. We must think that it could have moved from more than 10 meters left in the sand and during the removal of combs, as it is a very little and light piece of stone. It has been demonstrated that Kenya is the short form of the name Kenheropshef. The name of his father is not preserved, but if we consider that this block refers to Kenheropshef III, the son of Ipi and Baket, then Kenya could have occupied this house after Raotep, considering that the family of Senegem occupied 3 houses in the quarter yet, and maybe because of the death of the father and or one of his sons. This house was given to another member of the workforce. In this case, the false doors remain in a house, and the doors, as stated before, could have stayed in place too.
Excuse me, Julie, you only have 1 minute left.
Okay.
Thank you.
On the other hand, we have the lower parts of the gems from a little cultural monuments found in the sector southeast of the village. The two houses were close together, even if not adjoining. We must question ourselves about the fact that the name of the children appear only on movable parts. So these houses may have been occupied by the parents, Ipi and Mos. From these 3 case studies, the first 2 are assured, the third being only one hypothesis among others built on reliable data. Let's have an insight of what is known without doubt. We have 3 clusters, the 2 brothers-in-law that are colleagues and friends, Irenefer and Waneru, Senegem and his sons, Nebementet and his sons. We know that Hornefer and Armaket occupied a house in the southeast sector, and a few pieces were found, but not only in one house, and Horchery in the southwest one. At this stage, we are still doing painstaking researches with help of a scientific protocol. Some houses of contemporary people as Baki, Ramos, Neferhotep, and his brother Pashidu have not been identified yet. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Julie, for sticking to the time. And now we welcome Karim El-Ridi from the Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities, and he will be talking about illuminations on wells and irrigated properties in the Libyan period. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Fatma Keshk, Dr. Dina, and all those in charge of organizing this wonderful conference, IFAO, PSMA, which deals with the issue of housing. I enjoyed the previous lecture and benefit a lot from them. Especially the fascinating presentation of Professor Mark Renner. It was amazing. It's a great honor to share with you some of my thoughts and to present my research in this great conference in front of prestigious professors as Dr. Laura, Professor Pantaleschi, Professor Ballet, and Dr. Julia Budka, all this. Let me begin by dedicate this presentation to the memory of Dr. Ramadan Badri Hussein, our iconic Egyptologist, whose sudden loss pained us so much and still hard till the moment, and also to the soul of Dr. Roberto Gozzoli, one of the grand scholars in the history of the first millennium BC, whose sudden death pained me and all the international community of Egyptology. Content of my presentation: first of all, introduction. Second, the greater Dakhla Stela general overview, text, transliteration, interpretation, finally conclusion. Introduction. As quoted from Spiegelberg's article on reaching the village of Mout in Dakhla Oasis, 1st January 1894, I was shown two stela, one of limestone and the other of sandstone, both of which were said to have been found in a mound formed of ruins of ancient buildings, a short distance southwest of the government buildings of that village. I could hear of no other from the same place at the time and brought this two back to the Nile. Gardner tells us the story of the discovery of the greater Dakhla Stela, which narrates the arrival of a local governor called Y. Hasid to settle an internal dispute over the ownership of a well and irrigated land. This presentation will attempt to study the issue of wells and irrigated properties through textual evidence and trying to explore features of the social life of this local community resident in Dakhla and to understand, and this is important, their relationship to royal authority by exploiting their pastoral role. The greater Dakhla Stela, kept in the Shmulian Museum. It dates back to the year 5 of the reign of a king called Shashank. There is still a debate between the scholar about the king, whether he is Shashank the first or the third, which is what the presentation will try to answer. The stela concerning judgment over the ownership of named wells and irrigated property in Dakhla Oasis area, narrating that King Shashank sent the priest of the god Set, who is a supervisor of the lands of the oasis, called Wahi Set, to solve this internal crisis in order to restore order in the oasis. The study of both Gardner and Rittner are among the most prominent studies that dealt with the stela, which I refer to them on my study. Here I will try to examine the issue of wills and the irrigated property through the text as follows. Text said, regnal year 5 of the king Shashank, on this day there came the son of the chief of the Ma over this of the inundated land, Wayhaset. Here the text mentioned the several titles held by Wayhaset and list the task performed by the priest of Set, Wayhaset, concerning that he monitor and check the water sources in the area and make sure that the wells are covered and that they supply the lands with water. The text said also, he went to inspect the following wells. He arrived to inspect the spring well of Weben Re. And then a person called Nisubasit came to complain to him about his grievance. Said, look, a sheet of flood water has been let loose in the vicinity of the spring of Weben Re. Examine it, this well of the region, Estate of Re, in whose vicinity you are. It's a private well belonging to my mother, Tai Hanut, whose mother was Hanut Neteru. Then, Wayhaset asked him to raise his complaint to Set, who answered, Nesubasid, the son, is right, vindicated, confirm it for him. And so the text referring to the cadastral register of the wells and the garden, which correspond to the same register of the royal authority of King Pseusenus, as the text said, as was found on that scroll of the cadastral register of wells and garden in accordance with the register of Pharaoh Pseusenus, and deny the ownership of the king or the pharaoh explicitly, unusually also, as for every flowing well which is in this district are derivative from the flowing well of Hui. These are private water, and there is no water of pharaoh among them. They belong to the private individual who will irrigate from them at this time. The text here confirms and emphasize the individual ownership of the wells in accordance with the register of the wells and deny any ownership of the pharaoh. And this individual ownership requires that any citizen might lead off the water for irrigation, as indicated by Rittner and Gardner in their comments. And the text ends by guaranteeing this private property to its owner, Nesubasit, even for his own family, including the eldest son, wife, and younger son, and no one else can share its ownership with him, saying, there is no other son of private status belonging to Tai Hanut who shall have a share among them except Nesubasit, the son of Pati, in the presence of a group of witnesses. Interpretation. It seems that the royal authority allowed the emergence of such private will, irrigated property, in an unusual way and distinguish them from the ownership of the pharaoh in a framework of decentralization, most likely, which reflect also the tribal nature of the Libyan rule. In light of the weakness of the king and the difficult political situations that they faced, the king tried to take advantage of this local community and allow them to own the wells, lands, by ensuring their loyalty in order to cultivate the lands in light of the failure probably of official institution such as the Grand Temple to play this role, as Garcia, Moreno Garcia mentioned that this was the task of the Grand Temple in the past. However, the local temple of Mut al-Kharab of Set may be credited with oversight of some of this irrigation and cultivation task in a way that helped to develop the economy and strengthen the political situation of the king. Conclusion. In light of the political crisis due to the dispute over the throne between several forces, the royal authority tried to rely on new individual tools of power, far from traditional tools, away from the epicenter of events or what could be conflict area between the royal authority and the rebels in Thebes. Taking into consideration the rebels who have been sent as punishment to the oasis, as indicated by the stela of banishment, and also what Richard Longe said, that Thebes and the southern oasis certainly shared a close association during the New Kingdom and the Third Intermediate Period, as proved by the cult of Amun that existed in many locations in the Western Desert. And also economical perspective. In fact, this remote area located in the oasis become one of the economic resources on which the Egyptian state relied on even later, as indicated and inscribed statue of late period, a priest of Set of the southern oasis who managed the local economy, as studied by David Clothes. In the same context, it turned out that the king mentioned in the text for me is Shashank III, especially because he needed many aliens in the south in light of the turmoil that existed during his reign, more than the reign of Shashank I, who had a strong grip on power. And also this confirmed by Hélène Jacquet-Jourdan, who proved that the name of the pharaoh, which preceded the name of a king, was spread at the end of the 22nd dynasty and the beginning of the 23rd dynasty, as some example of donation stela which date back to this period as this donation. No, this other, sorry. In this regard, also Olaf Kapper has stated the correct date for the statue of Penu Basset is the era of Shashank III. Also, he returned in the end of his article and denied it. I think I don't know. Anyway, in the end, the greater Dakhla stela belonged to the category of the same text that Moreno Garcia spoke about it, like the donation stela, this dating the 21st year of the pharaoh Tahar Karin, which deals with the same issue of a land provided with a well. He said that this text represents a good starting point for the study of the modality of the private irrigation in ancient Egypt and their distinctive social and economic use. And here, in the light of my case of study, the greater Dakhla stela, I can add not only economic or social, but also political perspective, which will need more study in the future, with the aim of understanding how the state was clearly present even in housing and even exploiting this community. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Now, our last presentation for this conference is about domestic life on the frontier, Tell el-Rataba, during the Second Intermediate Period and the early New Kingdom. It's presented by Luka Hulkova and Veronica. The paper or the research is presented by Luka Hulkova. It's by both of them, I think. Who's been presenting? Who's online?
Hello, can you hear me?
Veronica? Okay.
No, my name is Lucia Hulkova.
Veronica
I'm
Beresova,
presenting from the computer of my
the
co-author of Veronica.
Institute of Oriental Studies of the Slovak Academy of Sciences. Okay, see online?
Yes. Can you see my screen? My presentation?
No.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, come on. Okay, I will try again. Oh, sorry.
Luca, maybe you can stop the sharing and restart again the sharing.
Yeah, I will try to do that. I'm sorry, I don't know what went wrong. Maybe in the worst case, I suppose you have my I sent my presentation, so you can start that one. But I will try once again.
No, actually, it's not here. You haven't sent it, or didn't it arrive? I don't know.
Okay.
No, it's not here.
Is your file open? Your PowerPoint is open before you share it?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, I will try to share now.
When you try to share screen, what happens on your end? What do you see?
It tells me that I can't. It's asking for some permissions. I don't understand it.
So can you send it now by email to Fatma?
Hello. You have to go to
Hello?
your computer settings. You might be having it blocked from Zoom.
Yeah,
maybe
it seems like.
Maybe this is a problem of hosting.
Can you
got it.
see the screen now?
Yes.
Ah, great. Okay, I'm sorry for the hiccups. Now I just need to start a presentation, I suppose. Are you? I hope you're seeing the slides now, not the whole. Oh, come on. Okay. Can you see the screen now? Oh, I'm sorry for this hiccup. Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is, as already said, Lucia Hulkova, and together with my co-author Veronika Beresova, I would like to thank the organizer of this conference for giving us a wonderful opportunity for sharing the very preliminary results of our research into the domestic archaeology of the Second Intermediate Period and early New Kingdom in Tel Retaba. But the work we are going to share here is, of course, result of a teamwork that we couldn't do this alone. And we would like to also use this opportunity to thank our wonderful colleagues from the Slovak Academy of Sciences, Polish Center of Mediterranean Archaeology and University of Warsaw, and also to the Aegyptus Foundation for funding this project, as well as to the Slovak Research and Development Agency and Austrian Science Fund, who helped to finance also part of this research through projects. One of them is called Borderline, and the second one is Beyond Politics. You may heard about already. Tel el-Retaba probably doesn't need much introduction at this point, as you have heard the presentation of my colleagues Lukasz and Agnieszka. Before we start our work here in 2007, it was probably best known for the Ramesside fortresses excavated here by Petrie and his team in 1905-06 season. The work we are going to present here now concentrates on this small area of the tell, because nowadays it's not possible to excavate the tell within 6 weeks as it was possible at the time of a Petrie. So the area you see here in more detail, and this is also kind of to illustrate for you how little is still known, how much work is still done. Only the areas that are hatched are the ones that are excavated. But also to understand this work, I would like to set very briefly Tel el-Retaba into a wider geographic context, because this probably also has some kind of influence over what kind of settlements we are having here. So Tel el-Retaba is situated approximately in the middle of Wadi Tumilat, which is a dried up Nile tributary that forks off at the height of the ancient city of Bubastis, and it goes east towards the copper mines in the Sinai and Red Sea coast, and also to the northern Sinai and probably further away to the Syria-Palestine, which may make this location interesting for the inhabitants. However, it brings with itself also problems concerning, most importantly, water and food supply. So the questions we are asking in our project is, was Tel el-Retaba somehow state-sponsored or state-supported settlement? Why did the people decide to settle here? And how did the location in this border region affect their life of the inhabitants? The time frame I'm going to present here as only a part of the rich history of Tel el-Retaba. It covers roughly the Second Intermediate period and the first part of the 18th dynasty up to the reign of Hatshepsut and Thutmose III, because from the later part of the 18th dynasty, we sadly have no archaeological record yet. But let's start at the beginning. The archaeologically attested settlement of Tel el-Retaba starts with the Second Intermediate period. We were able to find parts of 4 houses, 2 of them situated in area 4, 2 of them in area 7. And based on what we have so far, it seems that we have here kind of well set up settlement, despite the fact that it's built on land that was previously not used. But it doesn't show any major traces of kind of big central organization. There's no streets. So far, we have no boundary walls, and interestingly, so far, no infrastructure. So let's see what the future research brings. As you can see here from the plans of the houses, we were not able to excavate any of them completely, partly because the research is still ongoing, partly also because these structures suffered by later activities on the tell. And as you can see on the photographs in the left, the preservation is less than ideal. But what we see here, the houses are relatively well built. They have 1.5 to 2 bricks thick walls, and most of them have multiple rooms, except from probably the building 2400. That seems to be only one room with adjacent wall that's separating some kind of outer area. Inside the houses, we don't really find much traces about how the people live there. What we are finding are traces of mud brick floors and some fireplaces. Most of them are kind of just circular concentrations of ashes, often more than one in a room, which makes questions like, why did they need more than one fireplace, and how did they deal with a problem like the smoke accumulation, especially when we see that these fireplaces were moved across the room. And we have also more permanent structures inside and outside of the houses, used as a fireplaces, interestingly built pretty near to the walls. And despite this fact, the walls are not showing any traces of intense heat. So maybe they were using some low heat fire for some reason. So probably these places were used more for food preparation than any kind of industrial activities. A bit more insight into what's going on in the houses offer us the small finds find inside, but of course we are dealing here with the Nile Delta environment that's very bad for preservation of organic remains. So what we are finding mostly are stone tools, but they are mostly related to like food preparation, some kind of industrial agricultural activity, like for example these silex blades. They are serrated and they show traces of sickle sheen, indicating that they were probably used in harvesting. And then there are some grinding tools that were partly also used for some kind of industrial activity because they have traces of red copper on them. And we are finding very small, but still indications that there was some metal working going on in form of small prills that are a byproduct of metal smelting. So to sum up very quickly, the second intermediate period buildings seem to have the same layout, they just differ slightly in space. And it's interesting to see that the small finds tend to be, some types of small finds, especially the silex blades, are concentrated in one place, which indicates that there might have been some kind of a specialization within the settlement. When we move to the 18th dynasty, to the New Kingdom, you can already see from this phasing table that the rate of change in the settlement accelerated for some reason. As again, we found the remains of this phase in the area 4 as well as in the area 7. But interestingly, not all the phases of the 18th dynasty are equally well preserved in both areas for some reason. What we are also seeing here are houses with multiple rooms. They have thinner walls than before, and we start the initial part of the settlement started with the so-called greenhouses. We call them greenhouses because they are built of pale green rectangular mud bricks of very bad quality. That's why they are also kind of difficult to trace. And as you can see here, the presentation is equally bad as it was in the second intermediate period. But the finds found inside the greenhouse are none too shabby, I would say. Partly we are having the same objects as we had before, like grinders, stone tools, serrated blades, but we are finding much more other objects like pigment lamps, some kind of metal objects, knives, and maybe some applicators, cosmetic vessel. There are some finds of made of bone. We are finding seashells that come from Red Sea. So the variety of small finds suddenly increased, despite the fact that the house seems to be worse in construction. Its equipment was much better. The situation, architectonic situation improved with the following phase of the so-called black houses, which are called black houses because they are built of blackish mud bricks of rectangular shape, which are much better preserved than the green ones. And interestingly, the people seem to come back to the places that were settled before. Like one of the greenhouses was built directly over the abandoned greenhouse. Inside these houses, we find more features like storage jars under the floors, and the fireplaces, at least in some houses, seem to be more substantial structures that they were in the second intermediate period. They are built they are not just cut into the floors, but they are like bordered by some kind of mud brick structure. When it comes to the small finds, that we see a lot of continuation from what was happening in the greenhouses. The usual suspects are there, like the grinding stones and querns, and also flint tools, but also the concentration of pigment lamps is significant. We see red ochre lamps, we see traces of galena, we see some kind of metal rods and applicators. But what is interesting and what is kind of unusual in Tel Retaba, in 2 of these houses, we found copper or copper alloy knife and dagger. So this throws up maybe the possibility was the situation on the border becoming more dangerous again, or why are these kind of actually weapons found in the domestic settlement? What was the purpose of them? So when we sum up the conclusions from our research, when we look at the buildings themselves between the Second Intermediate Period and the New Kingdom, there is like the difference is not so big. Maybe the ones of the New Kingdom are slightly larger, but they are built of thinner walls. The question is why they didn't need so thick walls. We are not able to say if there was some kind of, if there was second floor or not, because the preservation of the remains is actually so bad that there are no indications of that. But we have kind of a similar layout of the buildings. They tend to have multiple rooms. One of them is usually slightly bigger and it's flanked by some smaller rooms. As you can see in the comparison of the sizes, the red numbers are sadly the only one that are complete. The difference is also not that striking. But when we look also at the settlement, both of them seem to be naturally grown settlement without any recognizable pattern or centrally planned and executed houses. Despite the similarities, all the houses are slightly different from each other. So this actually speaks more against the state organized settlement. And what we also see is partial continuity in use of the space. Like there are houses that are, especially in the area 4, there's one spot where the house from the Second Intermediate Period was overbuilt by the greenhouse of the New Kingdom, and then the greenhouse was overbuilt by Black House. So for some reason, this seemed to be some kind of very interesting spot for building a house. The size, as I said, is kind of comparable. But what we see, there are definite differences also between these 2 periods. As I already said, there's definitely much higher rate of change in the settlement activity during the early 18th dynasty for some reasons. They are rebuilding the houses and changing the settlement layout for some reason more often than they did in the Second Intermediate Period. What we also see is a significant increase in the diversity and structure of the small finds that we are finding in the 18th dynasty, which probably is not only due to the archaeological bias, because the preservation is very similar. And it seems like the finds are kind of similar. We are finding pigment lumps and grinding tools also in the Second Intermediate Period, but the numbers in the early 18th dynasty are significantly higher. And what's also interesting is that the types of houses and objects found within them seem to be more homogeneous across the excavated area during the early 18th dynasty, while in the Second Intermediate Period, there seems to be like more specialization in different parts of the settlement. So this would be very quick summing up of our research up to now. I would like to thank you for your attention, and once again, thanks to the whole team for enabling our work here.
Okay, thank you, Veronica, for the comprehensive presentation. And now we come to questions. Any questions for our speakers? Okay.
Do you hear me? Ah, yes, okay. Yeah, for Karim, about the oasis, Taban. Just to mention that already in the first phase of the palace in the late Old Kingdom, we have this tablet about wells, and we know that as soon as the Egyptians arrived, they took possession of the water resources and they can control it. And we have this tablet, which is interesting, which is the testament of Shepes Nesut, of one of the highest officials, and is kind of sharing his different wells between his children. This has been published already by Alexandra Felix Stéphan. I'll give you the reference afterwards. And doing so, of course, they're not, I mean, they're called Chenemet also, but they seem to be kind of open, you know, just like small lakes or birka, something not deep in the soil. And of course, doing so, they deprived all the local populations, the poor Sheikh Moftar, they are completely deprived of water, you know. So it was not possible anymore to live a nomad life, I guess, a nomadic life after that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? For Julie, Veronica, Karim again? Questions online? Are there online questions?
Yes, this is for Veronica. This question is for Veronica. The finds of a metal dagger and knife are so intriguing. Have you analyzed the chemical composition of them yet?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Thank you. So we were not able to analyze the dagger and knife so far, but we are working on an analysis actually of other metal finds, smaller metal finds from Tel Rataba. As is, this analysis will be done by Martin Odler and Jirka Kmošek. Maybe you have heard about them. And we hope that in the future we will be able to have more information on this matter, because it would be great to know if it's copper or if it's bronze or what's the exact composition of them. So definitely, it's work in progress. Inshallah.
Other questions? Are there other questions in the chat box? No?
For Dr. Karim, during your navigation of the story of irrigation, have you found similar stele, analogous stories and stele? And if so, if you have stumbled upon such stele, have you thought about analyzing them or comparing the story of the distribution of water and so on, and that kind of struggle? Have you found such stele beyond the one that you have analyzed?
No, not. The study is still under progress.
Thank you.
Other questions? No? Last call?
I'm still curious about the distinction between the different offering tables and the altars, and if they overlap, and maybe if possible, making mention, if we know, of the names, if like Hetep and so on and the like, because altar, as far as I know, is so generic, although maybe a certain designation. However, I know from Latin, altar, altari, that means to burn up, so you can burn up the sacrifice or basically burn up incense, but maybe if you would elaborate on this question of terminology, nomenclature, whatever you call it.
Yes, maybe we discussed in the break, and yes, the linguistic study will sure help to clarify more and to add more information about the significance of altars and the use in the domestic context. Thank you.
Just a question to Julie. Bonjour, Julie. You are a very big amount of fragment of this element of architecture. How many pieces you have? 1,000, Laure, remind me. 1,000 pieces?
About 1,000 pieces were stored by Bruyère as huisserie, but I think many of them maybe don't come from huisserie. You have parts of Stella, some things like that. So I am making a work now to ensure these are really part of huisserie. And you know, there are many others that are now in the museum collection, in private collection, etc. And so I have a list of all these parts.
And the proportion of the from the houses approximately and from the tombs?
I think there are not 10% from houses.
Okay.
I think. So and the main difference, I couldn't talk about that because there are many things to show you. It's the lower part is not decorated on door elements coming from houses. And you know, for tombs, on many sites you can see there is the couple, the died person and his wife or his son are represented in the lower part. The houses, there are no representation in the lower part of the gems.
But thank you for this very deep investigation.
Thank you, Pascal.
Okay. Any questions? So time comes for the concluding remarks. Fatma? Okay.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dina. So I would like to start by thanking all speakers in person and speakers who took the time to join us online with their wonderful research. So over the last 3.5 days, we explored all together and discussed a variety of themes and topics that together shape our knowledge on a very exciting topic that we all share the passion for, on how ancient communities in Egypt and Sudan lived, how they built their houses, how they furnished them. They moved around their settlements, worked and marked their own territory and their property, and put their identity on the different use of spaces, and also created hence their own domestic sphere. Thanks to your excellent contribution and your interest to share your current research and the stimulating discussions as well. Despite the different sites and different landscapes and different time periods discussed, we can obviously see that we all face the same challenges. We question somehow similar research questions. Through the discussions, it was highlighted the current state of research that in the first place confirmed the necessity and indispensability of interdisciplinary and cross-disciplinary research approaches that allow us to make use of the archaeological, the textual, the iconographic, and the different evidence of settlements and of daily life. Moreover, papers in this conference highlighted the necessity of regular scientific discussions that can help us to find clearer answers to our ongoing and growing research questions that encourage to test and to explore less applied research approaches such as ethnoarchaeology, experimental archaeology, and be more brave about exploring such new areas of research. Here, I would like to thank all all of you and each and everyone who was the reason of realizing and making this conference a reality after many months of preparation and organization. And I would like to, of course, express a very special thanks to both institutions, the IFAO and the Polish Center of Mediterranean Archaeology. And allow me to thank by name Dr. Laurent Coulon, the director of the IFAO, Dr. Anna Wodynska, the director of the PCMA, Dr. Abbas Zouesh, the director of studies of the IFAO, and all and each of every of my colleagues in this conference. And by name, I would like to cite Amr Bahgat, Carolina Volczak, I hope I'm pronouncing correctly, Cinderella Fayez, Liliane Amin, Fedzi Roshdi, Maha Yassin, Ilan Wahba. I cannot read my own handwriting. Ilan Wahba, Marianne Ramses, sorry Marianne, Shadzi Ramses, and special thanks to all session chairs of the participants and my dear colleagues at the IFAO. And special thanks also to Dr. Salima Ikram and her wonderful, wonderful volunteers. Please, a special applause for them, all of them. So we had together the heroes of the technical details, Walid, Joanna, and Warren. Thank you all. And I would like also to thank all the audience who joined over the 4 days of the conference. And without them, we couldn't have these such wonderful discussions. Thank you all.
And I think we have to add, I mean, I'm speaking for everybody, that's a very high level, the quality, scientific quality was for me, the prior things you present, even if the organization was very good and very nice, everything was okay, but the level, the topic, the way of organization to combine all the subject and the choose of very brilliant people, it was very a success for me.